And the last time we left our crazy kids, they had just escaped purgatory with their refound ally, Uhtred. Short, one very large individual. After going through some very intense personal, emotional journeys, interacting with the spirits of the afterlife. And they come back into the elven woad surrounding Solomon, apparently the exact same second that they left. And the first thing that they notice as they find themselves back on the prime material plane is the corpse of yokai on the ground where the rift was initially opened. In your mind, as you're clearing your thoughts from those intense experiences on the plane of afterlife known as purgatory, you now realize that there's this whole dragon situation and the whole Solomon situation that are still pressing. And while it feels like that all happened maybe months ago, it now feels like it is, you now realize that it is happening right this second, and some things need to be done fairly soon.
Looking for a portal back to the purgatory.
As I said, you came through one at a time, but it appears as though you all arrived on the prime material plane at the exact same time. And looking around, remembering where the Marigna opened the rift to begin with, in that spot is just Yokai's body, broken and bashed and smashed to, rather bloody pulp, just lying on the forest floor.
Uhtred, pick up Yokai's body.
Uhtred and Godric, get over there, boys.
And we still have this poor gentleman who's caught in a spider web, yes?
I think you should go talk to him, Largo.
Okay.
I go with him
That web lasts
forever.
rounds per level or minutes per level?
I think it's rounds. 10 minutes per level.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
10 minutes?
You can dispel it though.
And he is the one who tried to, or she, right? Who's the one who made it away and is running back to Solomon?
One made it and one didn't. Yeah.
Okay, and this is the one who didn't.
Yeah.
Well, they both took off, but I got this one, the web.
Yeah, this is the one who didn't. I believe it is a female. Female, full-blooded elf, wearing some, basic leather armor, some simple survival, like woodland gear. She had a bow, which is laying on the ground back from where she started bolting. She does have a narrow short sword. It seems like it's somewhere between a standard short sword and like a rapier attached to her belt. A couple of daggers you can see are placed in different places, though she is rather caught up in the web at the moment. Very much a fly in the spider's web right now.
Caught up in all the excitement.
Okay, with a bluff of 26, I rush over there all frazzled and I go, "Oh, what a mishap! Oh, what a mishap! Oh gosh! All right, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Are you willing to speak with me, my friend?"
She's, stuck in there and she's like struggling against it. And she kind of grunts out, "Speaking seems to be all I can do at the moment."
And what an unfortunate situation that is. Rolling a diplomacy. Uh-huh. 32 diplomacy. I go, are you still under the mind control spell of the dragon? Do you remember the situation with the princess turning into the dragon? We are concerned for our safety, but I now realize that I should also be very much concerned for your mental well-being as well as your physical well-being. And I would love to talk to you. I promise you we are on the same team. It seems something very intense has happened to us, and I just need to make sure that we can trust you.
When you say that, when you mention the mental control of the dragon, she looks down and like you can see she's kind of scanning her memories, and she goes a little slack, and looks back at you and says, "I'm within my faculties. I'm not within my own mobility, though."
I clap my fingers, I clap my fingers and dispel it. I'm over there with him.
Oh, thank goodness! Thank goodness! Please, please, don't run away. I'm concerned that this could cause a national incident, and I would hate for that to happen.
All right. She lands fairly deftly on her feet as the webs disappear, and she takes a look at the two of you and pulls her sword out and doesn't attack, but does stand at the ready, primed, tense, ready to defend herself.
I'm gonna roll an intimidate, but I want to be careful about what my intention is here. And I'm gonna like flick, and like purple flame will appear in my hands as I say, "I hope you don't mind if I do the same." And we'll see how that goes. And that might go that either way. I think this could work in a good favor. 30 intimidate for. I sincerely hope that you don't mind me readying myself as well, madam. And I hope that this doesn't affect our conversation. But if we're both to be armed, I suggest that we don't approach each other and that we figure out that we're on the same team, because we obviously need to establish some sort of trust, if you get my drift.
She takes like a step and a half back and looks at you and then looks over at the dragon's body, and then resheath her sword.
The fire's gone from my hand, and I nod.
And she kind of looks over her shoulder in the direction that her friend had run off in, and looks back at you and says, and then she looks over where her friend had run, and then she looks across the field to where her other ally lay slain recently. And then she says, "If you're gonna kill me too, please don't do it by talking me to death."
Madam, we have no interest in killing you. In fact, we have interest in traveling with you to Solomon, because your comrade, who has fled, did so for good reason, and obviously has some information that he wants to share with your fair city. And we would like to accompany you back to your fair city to try to clear the air and explain, because we would like to offer our services in aid to Solomon. And it seems as though something grievously misunderstood has happened in this wood. And I would like to be able to talk about it with someone of value from your city.
Yes, well, I'm just a pissant little ranger. I suppose I'm not of much value, though I would like to hear this argument or this explanation you have why that half orc and that fucking dwarf over there killed Norrell
Yes.
for,
Yeah.
for some armor that didn't belong to them. So
And as important as that is,
enlighten me, please.
we probably should address the slightly bigger issue of the princess being a dragon.
Yes, that is the more
Right now,
important.
the biggest issue for me is my well-being and the fact that I'm alive, and that you apparently don't give a rat's ass about whether or not one of my ilk breathes for another minute or so.
Hey,
We were on opposite sides of the battle not that long ago.
Right, and the battle was over, and then you had an argument over looting one of the captains of the noble guard to steal his armor with a man that I have ran these woods with for the past 30 decades. And you decided, oh, I'm just going to slay this guy because he's being a problem for me.
Hey, Largo, at some point, Miarga's gonna have picked up her bow and given it to you. Not to her, but to you.
Okay.
Not
When
looking at
you-
her.
When you do that, I reach forward a little bit. I place the bow in the grass between us,
Hmm.
and I say, "Have you ever traveled or been party with a half orc, madam?
No.
Would you feel it odd if someone questioned your customs when you were in another kingdom?"
When I'm in another kingdom,
Yes, if you visited, say, the human lands or maybe the dwarven lands,
I have
and
no
have they
place
ever
in those
thought that
lands.
you have no place in those lands? Do you think that we have no place here?
Yes, I'm fairly certain you do have no place here.
Who would have dealt with the dragon if we have no place here?
She looks over at the dragon. She looks back at you. Until you showed up, that dragon was a princess and didn't kill anybody.
The existence of a green dragon under the noses of your nobility doesn't bother you? I'm just asking. I mean, no offense here. I'm trying to understand how we can be on the same
Give
team.
me a sense motive, give me a sense motive. Anybody who wants to.
Ah,
My
yes,
sense
the
motive
green
says-
dragon that never killed anyone.
Yeah. My sense motive was only 4.
My sense motive is 34.
Did you roll a 20?
I rolled a 19 and I have a sense motive. Oh, I don't have sense motive. I'm-
Hey,
That's
wisdom.
sleight of hand. 19. Natural 19.
Well, Bort, you're kind of picking up that maybe she doesn't know much about dragons. You
Ignorant and racist. Excellent.
You've learned from your time traveling with these people that apparently metallic dragons are good guys and chromatic dragons are bad guys, but that is not common knowledge.
By the way, I want to saunter over and grab me a green dragon scale.
You saunter over there, and it's not too far from where Uhtred and Godric are both kind of like standing, looking at Yokai's corpse, and doing.
And Yokai has got the dragon skin tied up on his back, right? Because he skinned it with a natural 20 after that experience.
I
And
mean, you got the vast majority of it, but there's a scale or two that could be pulled off of the.
oh god, yeah, there's
Not,
I
not
need
off
one.
the skin that you have, but off of you didn't skin the head, you didn't skin the hands, the claws. So there's still some scales. Dakuta, give me a Constitution or a Fortitude save.
Uh-oh.
this really like the picture of every time we look over or they look over at the dragon that it's just this fucking like muscly mass.
Only rolled a 7 and that would be 13.
Okay.
Wait, fortitude, no, 10.
Okay. Yeah, you getting near the dragon at this point, you sense this sort of radiating warmth coming from the dragon. And you're gonna
I'll
take,
use mage hand if there's any scales on the ground. I can stand 65 feet away from it.
well, I mean, you don't notice until
Right.
close enough for it to make an effect. But you take 7 points of poison damage.
Okay.
As the body's basically radioactive.
Radioactive.
As it's decomposing and like its physiology is no longer kind of containing, you know, the radiation in its poison gland. It and also as you're getting close again, you notice that the headband that you saw it wearing is still there, still like sort of affixed and intertwined with the horns on its head. You guys were interested in getting that. I think actually, Dakota, you did identify that as a circlet of charisma +4. You just weren't sure how you're going to get it off of its head, since it seems to be, sort of a serpentine braid that.
Well, if I'm already there taking damage for it, I'm just going to touch it, see if it'll come off that touch.
Okay, give me a use magic device check.
Rolled a 10. I've got a couple in it. Oh, yeah, I do. I got 35. No, 25.
Okay. Thinking quickly, you try to gain control of that circlet, and try to pass yourself off as a giant that would have a much larger head than the dragon. And the circlet attempts to resize for the new owner, and it comes loose. But now it's kind of unwieldy. It's, the dragon's head is large. It's not as large as like a cloud giant's head. But it comes loose. You feel like with somebody else who could possibly jimmy it off with you, you could get it off.
I yell to whoever's the closest by me.
I'll
Alright.
come over and help you. I have big muscles.
All right. Mirok starts to saunter over, and
Take
Uhtred,
the damage.
holds up his hand to Mirok, like, let me take care of this for you.
Great.
This
Go walk
isn't
into the
really your
radioactive.
forte. This is more of an Uhtred thing. I'll take care of it. So he
I examined Yokai's body instead.
okay. He comes over and helps Dakota, and you guys do manage to get the circlet off of the dragon's head. You'd already taken the braided cord from around the dragon's midsection. That was a belt of Constitution +2. I'm not sure who has that.
I believe I do.
Okay. So, Mirok, give me a perception check and a heal check.
Okay. My perception is a 5 because I rolled terribly. Check is a 24.
Okay. You come up and you start to kind of look at Yokai, and as you do, Godric says, it's moving.
What?
And you like kind of take a step back and wait, like scanning over the body and seeing the wounds and seeing the damage. It's dead. It's very fucking dead. But you also see that the fingers are, it's that movie thing where like someone in a coma is starting to wake up and you notice at first because like their index finger twitches a little bit. That whole thing's happening. That very, very cliche thing is happening right now.
This is beyond my healing abilities, Godric. I don't know what's happening here. I mean, should I roll another heal check, Dan? Or is this something that like I get the sense of, like whatever process is starting here, it's gonna play out. We gotta watch it.
Well, I mean, like I said, you rolled a pretty decent heal check. You looked at the body. It has suffered mortal wounds. It is broken. But it is stirring.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna let that keep stirring and we're gonna see where it goes.
This isn't gonna bode well for us trying to be cool, good guys around this fucking ranger.
Yeah. At this point, Godric says it's not evil as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I'm gonna kneel and I'm really just like performatively doing heal stuff to it. I'm not actually healing it at all because my concern is just like, I don't know what the fuck's happening here. I'm gonna like look like I'm doing something to help it. If this, I'm looking over Largo, who I'm assuming is looking at the lady. His back is turned to me. I'm assuming she's not seeing this.
Yeah, I mean, that's like 160 feet away. That's a good distance from where you guys are right now.
Okay, yeah, then I'm just gonna let this play out. I'm not gonna be worried about her perceptions of it. But I'm gonna have Stone Shape ready as an action in case this thing does anything untoward.
Okay.
Like manacles, just.
Well, it's gonna do whatever it's gonna do. It's out of my hands at this point.
I hear you.
So Dakuda and Uhtred has to make a fortitude save, which he does exceptionally well. Dakuda, you feel like at this point, like that radiation is continuing to sort of give me another fortitude save.
$14.
All right. You can still feel that radiating warmth, and it's reminding you that this is a bad place to be.
Time to get away from it. Did you say that was a +4?
+4 circlet of charisma, yes.
Okay.
And now that you're not pretending to be a giant anymore, it's shrunk down to, normal size.
All right. I'm just gonna put that in my pack right now until we don't need to discuss it at the moment.
Dakuda, if I see you coming away from the dragon, do you look sick or fucked up?
I say that thing's radiating some nasty stuff. I wouldn't get close to it unless you have to.
Okay.
As I'm walking away.
Thanks.
I probably look like I got sunburned.
And how does poison damage work? Does that like continue to like sap at you? I'm not familiar with it.
I'm using, technically there's like radiation damage is its own kind of damage, but I don't want to get into it because it just gets too complicated. So for me, radiation damage is poison damage. Magic would protect against it being poison. The dwarven, bonus against poison would be against radiation.
Okay.
It's just the type. It's not a,
Got it.
And yokai, you can do whatever you want to do at this point.
All right. Well, at that point, I will I'll get up. Kind of
Got
looking
to set off.
semi-confused. I'll look over towards Uhtred, and I'll say, "The Great Hall is a good time, but it's not too bad here."
What do you
And,
say, Aaron? I didn't hear that.
I say the Great Hall is a good time, but it's not too bad here. I
Oh,
have
okay.
unfinished business.
And you getting up, Godric does like draw his swords, and he's getting ready to fight the zombie.
I wave Godric down and with a hand, and I look towards Yokai's animating body getting up, and I go, Yokai?
17
Yeah, go ahead.
17 perception. Do I notice the elf?
Yeah.
Okay. Go on. Sorry.
I say yokai are yokai.
You son of a
Largo,
bitch.
I'm gonna have to take away an action die for that.
Ooh, burn.
That's the way it normally goes for mine.
Largo, you see the elf also notices the dead body stand up and start to talk, and she
Fuck.
takes like another stumbles back another 3 steps, and her hand goes back to her sword, and she says, "Necromancers too. Please just kill me, and don't raise me."
No. We're not gonna do anything bad to you. I need you to travel with us to Solomon. If we were evil, why the hell would we be trying to go to the very city that will probably be quite angry with us here in a couple days?
Dakuda, you must beat the ranger. I lean in and look.
Yeah, I
at
said
Dakuda.
hello to you like 5 minutes ago. You gonna say hello to Mirak?
Oh shit. Well,
Talking to everybody but the guy who greeted you when you returned to the material plane.
Well,
So
he
I-
gets to his feet, and then Mirok's like only halfway up his thigh, and he's just looking at everybody else.
Yeah,
Mirok's
just
like right
scanning.
there. He just can't see. Just can't
no,
see
I'll look
the
down at
man.
you. You get my attention. You're waving. And I'm like,
Yeah.
without you, I would not have defeated my brother.
Yokai! All right, that's him. Great.
And he gives you he tries to give you the Klingon arm shake thing like he likes to do.
Yeah, Mirak's visibly emotional that you're alive, and he says, he just looks at you and says, "How?" But the Valkyrie.
Mirok, he's not alive.
Yeah, that's why I'm
You're looking
confused.
at his body, and that's not a living. That's
No, I noticed now that my body's all super fucked up, and I look really confused, but now I start looking more nervous about Dakuda must reach the city first.
Yeah, Yokai, you reach out to give that handshake with Mirok, and your arm doesn't quite go where you expect it to, because it's been not just dislocated the shoulder, but your shoulder has been crushed. Like the ball socket, the upper arm, which is surprising, and even more terrifying is that you feel no pain from it. Like, you're looking now at your body and expecting, given the wounds that you've suffered, you should be in excruciating pain. And you feel nothing.
I think you're dead, Yokai. Mirak says that to you.
I don't know how close I am. I go to examine him, take his pulse, do the obvious stuff.
No pulse.
And I'm like, "Do you remember anything after your fight?"
The Great Hall.
Yeah, Yokai, you remember the fight. You remember walking through purgatory. You remember what was it? There was one encounter after
I went to
yours.
fight with my brother.
And then you remember the Valkyrie, and you sort of remember the Great Hall, but those memories are vanishing fast.
I'm glad you yelled it quick.
Like a
Mortals are not
dream.
allowed to take memories of the afterlife with them.
Nice.
Um,
So I'm checking him out. He's not bleeding. He's undead. I'm like, are you hungry for brains or anything? I'm just trying to figure him out. So I'm very curious at the
I think you
situation
need
now.
to get to the city first.
well, whatever is animating his body is not mundane or natural. Something beyond that is offering him mobility.
Okay. Well, I guess we won't question it right now.
Yep. Just I'm gonna tell you, okay, play it cool. We're in a sensitive situation right now with the Kingdom of Solomon.
Can you fix this?
So you are a sage sorcerer, and you see something that cannot be explained by natural means, and you have no thought to like detect magic or identify this.
Oh yeah, totally. I was.
He's just
Who would-
not. He
who
doesn't. He
would-
doesn't want to embarrass Mirak because Mirak can't fix him.
That makes a lot of sense. It's usually my ready to throw out at any moment. Yeah. So please detect magic. I'll throw an identify on there if I need to.
All right. Yeah.
See if it's necro or not.
Okay, so you detect magic, and you know his body is radiating magic, you know, like beyond just his armor and items, and he is that you know you take a look at it. Give me a spellcraft check.
I rolled a 2, but that's still a 20.
Okay. Well, it is, you are surprised that you see no necromancy, because this is
Weird.
obviously a dead body that has been reanimated, and is not alive. You're not sure what the categorization would be, since you know necromancy would suggest undead.
Right.
But as far as you can tell, the nature of the magic that is keeping him, you know, walking and talking appears to be conjuration, perhaps of the healing subschool. And whereas you'd expect it to be like, you know, necromancy, negative energy, it's positive energy.
Oh,
Wow. Interesting. Well, I pass that along to all those of the arcane slant, or those who care. It's like,
Right.
this is not necromancy.
Mirak,
As like,
you feel like perhaps healing would be beneficial to him.
yeah. I'm gonna cure critical wounds on him, which is
we'll find out right now.
4d8. Either they're gonna be fucked or you're gonna be okay. $18 points.
Okay. Doing that, you see his arm kind of slide up, the shoulder reconnect. Surprisingly, you can hear the bones knitting and things slightly fixing and reconfiguring back to the way they should be. I mean, he doesn't look entirely destroyed right now, but he's still badly injured.
Yeah, I'm gonna just seeing that. I'm gonna then cure. I'm gonna channel positive energy directly into him.
Okay.
46.
Thank you, Mirak.
Another 18. That's another 18.
I ask him, do you have a benefactor? That's for yokai.
So also, Largo, or not Largo, Godric seeing this, is going to lay on hands. Yokai.
That's my guy. That's my RN. Scrub in, Godric.
So that's 25 points from
Nice.
Godric. And Mirok, seeing that was an impressive heal from Godric. More than you've ever seen him pull off. And he pulls back and looks at his hand, a little surprised at that level of oomph. Dakota, give me a perception check.
Something's happening here.
Yeah. Rolled a 12, and that is 25.
25? Okay. One of the rings on your hand is magic that didn't used to be.
One of the rings on my hand is magic that didn't used to be. I still have detect magic up. Probably check it out, see what's changed.
Mm-hmm. Spellcraft check.
Oh. 19 rolled, so a lot. 37.
Okay. You start analyzing the ring on your finger, and you come to realize that you've actually it's spontaneously gained some sort of magical properties, perhaps from purgatory, perhaps from the battle with the dragon. It's hard to say. But this is a ring of spell knowledge. And what that is it's a ring of spell knowledge 3. So either by looking at a written spell, an active spell, or watching someone cast a spell and doing a spellcraft 20 check, you can store the knowledge of that spell as long as it's level 3 or lower and cast it as though it's on your spell list. It has to be an arcane spell. It has to be a spell a sorcerer can normally cast. But it essentially, if you in some way witness a spell and can spellcraft it, you can store the ability in your ring.
That's awesome.
Hey y'all.
Hey.
Hey, Sarug.
Did you see my butt when I logged in?
Yeah.
Yay. Good butt.
I'm wondering if something happened to everybody. So I I got my detect magic up. Just notice if I see at least one other person with something different, and if so, I'm going to tell everybody they should check themselves.
Just give me a straight intelligence check.
15, so 20.
20. Okay, looking around, you notice that several people have more powerful magical items than you remember seeing them have. Seems like everybody has gotten something that is
different.
Well,
I'm not
lights up significantly brighter than the last time you scanned the crowd.
Okay. I'm not going to say anything with the elf lady there. There's no need to push that, but I'm going to tell everybody at my first time. It seems like a good opportunity.
Just to give you, because the people who are directly surrounding you, you notice fairly clearly.
Okay, I can.
Because like I said, the elf lady is
right. She's far
well
away.
over 100 feet away.
Okay.
Godric's bracers, which you're fairly certain were never magical, are now significantly magical.
Okay.
Uhtred's axe seems more intensely magical than it was before.
Oh, buddy.
Everybody that's right there around me, I'm like, hey, come here. Something happened to our equipment. Let me check your stuff out. To whoever's right there.
Also,
I walk over.
Mirok's armor seems more intensely magical. Let's see. So wait. Who was over with Largo? Largo is not over there by himself.
I was over there earlier and then I left part of the way through the conversation.
I'm by myself now with her.
Do we want to say, for the purposes of not leaving our gnome alone with a lady with a weapon, that Saruk is there? Saruk, if you want to be.
I'm not totally sure what's happening.
Okay. Real quick, you guys came back. You saw Yokai's body laying on the ground. You saw the elf woman still stuck in Dakuta's spider web. Dakuta released her. Largo went and talked to her. Then, some people were checking out the dragon corpse, and at that point, it was recognized that Yokai's body was moving. Yokai's body got up and started talking. And they're trying to figure out what's going on with Yokai's body. In doing so, Dakuta cast detect magic and has noticed that there's some significant magic, auras coming from people that weren't there before. So yeah, let's just for the sake of, and I'm assuming Bort too is not just going to leave Largo to go deal with the. Let's say that the two half-orc buddies are backing up Largo, just in case.
Yeah.
So Saruk and Bort, you guys and Largo are all outside of the range of Dakuta's detect magic. But Dakuta, you can see Godric, Uhtred, Mirok,
Yeah.
Yokai. They're all right in front of you. And yeah. So for Mirok, give me a spellcraft check.
You got it. Barf. Okay. Fucking 9.
Okay. I was actually
You
asking.
mean me?
Dakuta
I
to
thought you meant.
detect magic up.
Great.
I rolled 11, so 29.
Okay. You are recognizing, the arcane knowledge. The aura is explaining to you some basic concepts of his armor, and aside from it being adamant, which is impressive, and it was already had a +2 enchantment on it, which was very nice. There also is an effect that comes to your mind as a soothsayer's raiment, which seems to be attached to the life mystery. And you're having a little trouble figuring out the exact function of it because the magic does not seem to be working on Mirok. Like there's some barrier between its effect and him, where it's not taking effect, it's not taking hold.
Okay. I say I don't know what's going on, but I explained the effects best I could. So maybe it's a race thing or class. It's hard to say. Maybe with more time, I'll cast Identify with it, and we'll be able to get better details.
Okay, Mirok, give me a knowledge religion check.
Yeah. That's better. Knowledge religion 25.
You are, given your experience in purgatory, given the effect of your supernatural perception kind of winking out, and you being relegated to your, mundane, visual impairment. You feel like there's an amount of your connection to the life mystery that has been hampered or suspended, and that is probably why you're not getting the benefit out of this armor that Dakuda is suggesting you should have.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay.
Yeah. It's
Cool.
strange. You feel, you felt the way a magic item kind of impresses upon you, conveys upon you special, supernatural power. And this feels like something that's hovering just over your skin, but not something you're not quite wearing.
Okay.
Dakuda, give me a spellcraft check for Godric.
Rolled an 8, so it's a 26.
Okay. His bracers have become bracers of the Merciful Knight, which makes his lay on hands basically he lays on hands as a paladin 4 levels higher than he is.
Wow, nice.
Ooh, whoa.
Badass.
Dang.
And Uhtred, give me a spellcraft check for Uhtred.
6, so 24.
Okay. There is a crackling energy, chaotic energy on his axe that wasn't there before. You recognize this to be the furious sort of enchantment magic. Whenever he rages, his axe will be +2 higher than it normally is.
Nice.
So it's a +1 axe. It will become a +3 axe when he's raging.
Sweet.
Wow.
It rages with him.
Yeah. So that is and interestingly enough, Yokai's Tekakaji is now magic. And it appears to still be adamantine.
Sick.
So Yokai, your Tekakaji is now adamantine and +2.
Yeah,
Holy
I give it
shit.
an extra look. Is there anything that, could his magic item be what's animating him? Doesn't seem to be connected.
No, his magic item is, it's not conjuration magic.
Okay.
It's not, the aura that's animating his body is nothing like
Something
the aura
different.
that is on his weapon.
Huh.
Once Yokai is up and functioning, I'm gonna go and take care of the body that Bord and I killed.
Okay. All right. So I
Do you
mean
hear
that's
me,
taking a
Billy?
little bit of time. The elven woman speaking with Largo looks down at the little gnome, looks up at the half orcs. She's about like 4'6", 4'7". And she says, "It's very hard for me to believe that you're not planning on killing me."
All right, I'm gonna roll a diplomacy check and say the following. Diplomacy, not great, but I'm pretty good at it. Diplomacy of 25. I say, I am concerned that we have scared you past the point of trusting us. So I don't want to talk your ears off with a bunch of over nice mumbo jumbo. But I would ask that you travel with us. Whatever you take that request as, I hope you don't take it as a threat, but regardless of what you take it as, I would hope that you accept my request to travel with us to Solomon to try to get some understanding of what happened here. Regardless of what you saw, there are people there, particularly the High Archmage, that we need to talk to. And I would like to travel with you, myself, and our half-elven friend Dakuda, and meet at the gates of Solomon and somehow see if we can get an audience with that Archmage. I want you to do that. Can you do that for me?
She looks at you and looks at the half orcs. Looks over at Dakuda. Give me a sense motive on that. She seems to look at Dakuta differently than she looks at the rest of you.
Yeah, sense mode is going to be another 4.
You don't know what that means. But she looks back down at you and says, I don't think I have a choice in the matter.
I understand why you would think that, and thank you for accepting my request. And at this point, I would like to, during the course of travel, if you give me an opportunity to roll a diplomacy, I don't necessarily have to role play out what I'm saying, but I want to slowly start to talk to her and convince her that we're not all a bunch of evil dudes, but that's pointless to try to do now. I want to break into this small subgroup, just us 3, and head to Solomon, obviously with the rest of the party behind, but that's not my decision to make. So that's where I'll leave that conversation. And we just, unfortunately, I think do need to keep a little bit of an eye on her and make sure she doesn't run away.
I mean, if she runs away and we don't chase her, I feel like that's to our benefit.
Yeah, totally. So maybe we just let bygones be bygones and ask her to please not run away. I'm going to ask her that right now. I'm going to be like, please don't run away. But I have no intention of hurting you.
You say that, she says, I have no reason to believe that you won't kill me if I try to run. I am just hoping that if I comply, I might survive until I make it to Solomon.
Yes, you have every reason to believe that. And at the same time, I'm sorry that you do. Thank you for traveling with us.
I don't know. Is there any chance I heard any of that?
160 feet.
Nope.
Probably
Never
not.
mind.
Dan, I'm just going to be cleaning and binding the body of the elf that Bort and I killed for transport back to Solomon.
Okay.
I will help you with that.
So there's the one that you guys killed. There is a
Norel.
Norel, yeah. There is another dead elf in leather armor, and 3 dead elves in metal armor. Well, 2 dead elves in metal armor, 1 that is naked, that have been utterly destroyed by this radioactive breath of the dragon. So just to remind, the princess showed up with 7 elves.
Yeah.
4 wardens and 3 noble guard. And Bort stripped the armor off of the captain of the noble guard, which was mithril chainmail.
Yeah.
The other 2 are wearing apparently regular chainmail. And then there is 1 warden who was slain during the fight, 1 that got away, 1 that was trapped in the web, and 1 that was killed by Mirok and Bort.
How far are we from Solomon? Did you say?
If you went directly back to Solomon, you could probably get there in right about a day. You'd probably arrive there tomorrow about the same time as it is today. You traveled away from Solomon looking for the dragon, looking for something. So you kind of wandered a little bit, and that was about 2 days of travel.
Are there any? Go ahead.
Largo has the half elf's attention.
Currently, yes.
I discreetly, just sort of wander off. Like, she clearly doesn't like me. I'm just sort of standing there waving and looking like a goofball. And I walk, it's what do you say, 100 yards to where you're dressing the bodies?
It was about 160 feet from from Yokai's corpse, where everybody's hanging out right now, to the elf.
Mirok's like doing his healing stuff, preparing these bodies for transport. And I just sort of like lean over and very just sort of between the 2 of us say, you want this shiny fucking shirt back? We got to give this back to this guy. Is that what's happening right now?
I don't think there's a world where we stay alive and keep that shirt.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right.
And I say that as I say it, Ross, I touch Bort on the shoulder and I say, but for the ill caused, we're in this together. And as I say that, I lifelink to Bort.
Okay. using.
Just one reminder, guys. Remember, your characters are of vastly disparate heights.
Right? Yeah. I grab his upper leg.
Mhm.
I think you can get him like on the bicep, about just
Yeah.
like, just above the elbow.
Well, one's a beam pole and the other one's just a fucking block.
I'm gonna using I would assume a sleight of hand check. I'm gonna just sort of casually give Mirak this mithril armor that I've been carrying around.
I mean, it is a.
You just wanted to try it on.
It's basically a bodysuit in two parts.
Mm-hmm.
It is a long sleeve shirt and a pair of leggings. So even though it's made of mithril and it's exceptionally light for its make, like 15 pounds of armor.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it back on the body and dress it for burial.
I would like to wave.
Do we have? Sorry, go ahead.
At some point when I'm not necessarily close to the elf anymore, I would like to wave Bort over to me, like maybe as we're packing up or in some way. Bort, do you accept my invitation?
I accept your invitation.
I lean in close to you and I say, Bort, what happened here in the eyes of the elves is a grievous, disrespectful act. I don't necessarily agree with that, right? We're all in agreement that what you did was what you did. But do you understand that there will be repercussions for this if we are all to survive and be able to continue our mission, which is good for you and good for us?
Yeah. These fucking squares got a bunch of rules. I
Get it.
know. Okay. We're gonna go to the office and talk to the assistant principal or whatever the fuck. Largo, we got bigger fish to fry, man.
No,
I gotta
got it.
I gotta tell you some shit, and we gotta do some shit. Okay.
No, I feel you. But to get out of this situation, you may need to accept a punishment. And we will have to probably negotiate what that punishment will be.
Well.
I just want to make sure that you're with us.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, that's all I got for you. I love you and I care for you. And I'm sorry that you went through what you went through when you were a child. And if you ever need to talk, I'm here because we've always been open and gracious to each other. And I just want to make sure that we're still friends.
This is Montessori school? What's going on here?
All right. So
Yeah.
Hey,
I want to make something clear regarding the situation in Purgatory. Bort recognized that the orcs that attacked Largo's village were the same ones that his father was the chieftain of. But that is because he has a very close personal relationship and recognized their iconography. The rest of you probably did not put that 2 and 2 together. So I just want to say Bort recognizes this. Until he explains anything, which I assume he's going to have that conversation with Largo at some point. The rest of you didn't connect those dots. Secondly, I wanted to say something to Mirak. I don't know where he is.
Mirak.
I heard him yell something.
can I just
Mirak is
confirm
in the house tonight.
Go ahead.
All right, so Mirak, you're trying to do something with the body of the captain of the Noble Guard.
Yeah.
He was thoroughly slain by the radioactive dragon breath. He's melting.
No. This is the guy that we put in the pit and stabbed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's so like right next to him is the body that Bort took the armor off of, because that's where that argument happened.
Yeah.
That body is melting.
Yeah.
The bodies that were slain by the radioactive breath, I mean, they're the meat, the proteins are being denatured. They're just
Ugh, gooey. Do we even have some means to transport all these?
I don't think we can or should.
Maybe we should split, or maybe not split.
I
I
just
just
think we should-
roll 10 to go around with my new adamantite Tekokaji and like find some small like pine trees and stuff, and take my 50 feet of hemp cord and like lash together like some shitty stretchers.
Like a sledge.
Yeah, like like where like that. Yeah, exactly.
A
Yeah.
travois.
Okay. Give me a survival check.
It was shitty. It was 10.
Oh, okay. It's shitty, but it's serviceable.
Hey, Largo, can you make us some horses or something?
I will certainly. I would be happy to.
Could we send somebody back to clean up their people?
I don't think we'll be given that opportunity.
We got to roll in with we got to roll in with all these bodies and be like, yo, some shit went down with this dragon.
That's a good idea.
A lot of
think
elves
the
died.
The melted body, yeah. Largo.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The orcs are not to be part of the vanguard when we come back. We need
yeah.
there needs to be a small away party because we will lose our opportunity to get Bort anything but the death penalty if everyone just rolls up at once. I think it needs to be me, Dakuta, and our new elven friend, and then we will come find you, and you stay just outside the city, I think.
Agreed.
I'm down.
Before we
Do you want me to come as well, considering I was also in the pit, or do you want me to stay outside?
I think the small party, I'm a good talker. Dakuta knows what's going on, and this lady can back up our story. And I think that's all we need as far as entering the city.
Why don't we just leave the others here? Why don't we just go quickly?
Okay.
Before we get going, is there any possible way? You boys low on ammunition. This is where we had fought previously. Are there any arrows I could snag up again?
Give me a perception check.
I will do that. And Saruk is going to concentrate really, really hard. Ooh, that's not great.
Would you rather give me? You have craft Bowyer Fletcher, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay, let's use that to like you're trying to look around.
Should I-
Still viable.
Should I re-roll? I'll just go with what I had.
Okay.
At 21.
21. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's say do you have any idea how many arrows you used in that fight?
I was down. I do not.
Okay. Well, first off, none of the arrows that you fired in Purgatory are gone. They're all there.
Touche.
And then let's say that you pretty much you see like one or two arrows sticking out of the dragon that might be good, but you also saw that like it's kind of dangerous over there, so
Yeah.
you're gonna let those go. There are like maybe 2 or 3 more arrows that you can pick up that are still viable.
Every little bit helps.
But yeah,
Cool. Thanks.
it's a crazy fight.
Yeah.
Not sure who, but 1 or 2 of you might notice that Godric has gone over and picked up Ravenger's sword that he threw on the ground, and he just kind of slots that on his back and kind of carries that with him. It's tarnished and rusted, far cry from the brilliantly gleaming blue flaming great sword that the Angel of Relinox was wielding, but
Largo, I'm gonna think Mirak should come in this group, just because A, I'm lifelink to Bort, B, I'm one of the guilty parties, and C, my character has a magical thing that it seems like he's not being allowed to use, probably because he has not squared himself with some component of his Oracle mystery.
Does that mean the lifelink part that you're talking about? Does that mean that you also want Bort to come with us? Because I was thinking the away team would be Sans Bort.
I think you need the guilty party.
I'm concerned that if we arrive, he shows his face in Solomon, that's going to mean that the guards take him immediately and perhaps try to put him to death before we can say anything about it.
Okay, well then I'm gonna go where Bort goes. If Bort doesn't go, then I won't go.
But I don't. That's not. That's not the gospel. That's just what I see playing out. And we're pretty powerful, but the whole city of Solomon, I'm not sure that we can.
Yeah, we're not
go
gonna
against
fight
what
them.
they think.
Anyone who's got knowledge local can give me a knowledge local. Dakuda, just give me a straight intelligence check if you don't have knowledge local.
Knowledge.
I rolled a 17, so that's a 22. I don't have local.
I got a 20. I rolled a 19.
Okay.
17 for Bort.
Okay. Mirak, do you have knowledge local trained?
No, so it's just my +1 intelligence.
Right. So yeah. Sorry, what did you say?
17.
17. Okay. So Dakuda, living in Solomon, the vast majority of your life, you are looking around at your compatriots, and you know that there's a little bit of negativity towards you because of your half-elvenness. They actually prefer humans over half-elves, because it's like it's not something that they have to accept or consider as part of them.
Right.
There's some friction there. They usually look fairly favorably on gnomes, who have a very similar attachment to the forest, the Fey realm. They have this similar longevity, so they kind of appreciate gnomes as somewhat kin. Still not elves, but there's just a strong friction between elves and dwarves that is more of like a cultural thing. There's a grudging respect in times of need, but they'd rather just not deal with dwarves in general as like a cultural racism sort of thing. And then there's a particular dislike of orcs and a sort of like not in my backyard sympathy for half orcs. Like, oh, those poor unfortunate souls that they have to carry orc blood in their veins. Something should be done for them, but not in my backyard.
Right.
So, and then looking at yokai, you're like, you don't know. Well, look, looking at yokai as a Goliath Oni, you're like, you don't even know how elves would really, like, that's such an alien sort of individual to them. Not something that, like, it would probably depend more on the individual elf and what they know about Goliaths and what they know about Oni and that kind of thing. The fact that he is now basically undead, that's a big no-no. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah. So it seems like it should just basically be Largo and this woman in the woods.
Well, the other thing with yokai is he does have a hat of disguise.
Yeah. We don't want to trust on tricking them.
Yeah, I wouldn't fuck with that.
Sooner or later, yokai's gonna have to go into some kind of city.
I can't hear anything on that.
I got none of
Both,
that.
you guys are both talking.
You figure sooner or later, yokai's gonna have to go into some sort of civilized area.
Right.
And the hat of disguise is going to work 99% of the time. It's only
That's
going
true.
to be when you're specifically interacting with someone with magical powers who is trying to suss you out. That's going to come up.
Which would be this situation right here.
And
Once
Dakuda,
I shrink down and I'm once again using the hat of disguise to look like my normal self when you first met me, where I'm 2 feet shorter and look like myself, but shorter and not like I'm dead. So I will be doing, I'll be doing that.
Yeah. Hey, Largo, can you ask the nice woodland elf lady before you guys leave what she would like us to do with these? Does she want them buried on the field of battle or just dressed to be collected?
okay, I approach her and I say, miss, in your culture, what would be the most honorable and proper thing to do with the unfortunate dead?
Looking at everything that's gone on, she said, well, it would pay the most reverence if you brought the bodies back to Solomon so that they could be properly consecrated and buried, and their families could receive their remains.
Got it.
We will work to do so. Thank you.
That's
for
what
that
we could do.
information.
We could send out the first party first, and you guys can start gathering up and be on the way.
Yeah. Then we just show up with a pile of corpses.
Yeah,
I think that's a good idea. We'll do
and
that.
pudding.
Well, pudding's the melted dude.
Do we have any buckets?
He's got a shield. It'll fit inside a shield, right? He can just melt into it.
Scoop 'em up with the shield.
melting. The skeleton seems to be, holding up as parts of it are beginning to protrude from the decaying flesh.
Prestigitators can clean them
There-
up.
There's that old battle adage. What is it? You can return with your shield or on it.
Yeah.
You can return with the shield or in it.
She leans over to Largo and says, if you intend to return to Solomon with the people who committed this crime, with or without the people that committed this crime, unless you intend to make me say something that I would not say, they are going to be very suspicious of you for hiding the criminals.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the away team will consist of Dakuta, myself, you, and as you just pointed out, as it should, and I am. Forgive me for being unfamiliar with your legal systems, but it will involve Bort and Mirak as well.
She's like, I don't understand why you've thrown in.
Somebody needs to mute.
I don't understand why you've thrown in with these people, but it seems like you're the only person who is going to keep me alive. And in repayment for that, I want you to understand what is going to keep you alive.
I thank you, and I hope that one day it can come clear why I have allied myself with these warriors. And yeah, we'll get you back home, and we will face whatever punishment is applicable and satisfactory.
So you guys are intending to split the party in some way here?
I want to add a little color here. Saruka's been kind of trying to listen, and every time this elf says, I don't have a choice, you're probably going to kill me, those kinds of things, Saruka's like,
Yeah.
word. Okay, moving on.
It seems like our plan is to split the party where we have like the trial group going back, and then the other folks finishing, like cleaning the bodies, loading them onto sledges, and then returning them to Solomon for burial, but waiting outside when they arrive.
I feel okay. So can I interject?
Interject.
I know that our like sort of disdain for nobility has been our undoing at several points in our various quests, and I want to acknowledge that because it's a thing and we need to work on that. However, these uptight square ass elves are totally dictating how we return victorious from slaying a fucking dragon. All right. We are like, just because they have these fucking laws and this fucking like nobility bullshit and honor codes doesn't mean we have to like, buy into that. It's a front anyway when we do, just for like, or for Bort it's for just pragmatism's sake. We slew a fucking dragon. We're returning victorious to their city. Let's just walk in like king shit of fuck mountain and be like, look, here are your dearly departed, your honorable dead who died in battle. And here's the corpse of the skin of this fucking dragon that we slew for you. You're welcome, you hoity-toity little bitches. Like,
So you want to just roll a big crew?
We just
Like,
need Largo to
I
say
think we
that.
roll in and say, like, yeah, people die in battles. That 'tis the nature of a battle. Like,
I'm cool with that from an RP perspective, because I'd hate for like half of the group to just be sitting around while like 3 of us just talk.
I think we roll in like the heroes that we are with this dragon skin that Yokai has, and like, you know, unfurl it in front of the archmage, and pay respect to these bodies and be like, you know, you're welcome.
I'm comfortable with that. I can talk my way out of a lot. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to talk my way out of
Maybe-
us rolling in deep with a pile of elf corpses, but I'll certainly try.
Even if we had a vanguard, that other person's got such a head start, they still might get us on the way. So there might not even be benefit to splitting the group up. you know?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a good point, Scott.
Well, then let's do it.
We slew a fucking dragon. They
Yeah.
owe us, okay? They owe us.
That is certainly true. I'm just trying to handle the situation delicately.
Yeah,
I'll go ahead
which
and
is-
even say I'll put my bow away. It
That's-
won't even be like in my hands.
I
That's a
think
big
none
one.
of us should be armed. Yeah, none of
That's
us should be
difficult.
armed. But if we all want to go together, let's do it.
Well, let's just take our time getting these bodies around and making the stuff, and just take our time, because we're not going to make it before them anyway. So,
Yeah, let's RP and say we did that.
And-
We
and
slew a
truthfully,
dragon. We return victorious.
Okay.
yeah,
Words of
Dakuda,
wisdom.
yeah,
hearing Bort's, argument there.
Yeah.
You having, knowledge of Solomon and basically how things are there. The princess is basically the title princess or prince is equivalent to, say, a senator. So as far as they know, a senator and his entourage or her entourage went out, and you come back saying that you killed her and she was actually a dragon. This is an argument that is going to have a significant amount of evidence to back it up. And then,
why don't we just wait here?
No, dude, we got a dragon skin, and we have a witness who was under some amount of mind control, and we have another guy that left out. So we have 2 witnesses, a dragon skin, and a melted corpse that's clearly indicative of a green dragon, which that guy would be able to like pick up on him as soon as he's fucking.
Right, I'm just saying, like this
That's
is
the thing
this
he
is what
wears
you
on her
expect the process to be. That they're going to question why you killed a senator. You're going to have to offer
right.
evidence to show that the senator was actually an evil dragon, which you feel you have ample amount of. And then you're going to have to explain why, after slaying the dragon, you then decided to kill the captain of the Secret Service that was protecting the dragon, even though the fight was over. You killed a cop.
And that's going to be on us. That's a separate thing.
So
Yeah, these are 2 different things.
So, like, there is a good chance that if you didn't kill the cop, then after a little bit of explanation, you would have been heroes that slayed a green dragon that was infiltrating their highest levels of government. There's that stingy little cop killer problem that you have. So, Ford has a good argument, but there is that one like thorn in the side of that argument.
I still think the main thrust of the argument, though, is splitting the party. And I agree that like 9 times out of 10, that doesn't go well for us when not all of us are present.
What if there was a way I could get to Solomon quickly and tell them that they need to send a party, and we just wait here? Would that be a good way to handle it?
What's the difference?
Well, all the evidence is here.
The cop was under the influence of the green dragon. He was mind controlled by the worm. He had to go.
I think we just need to get there.
Okay.
For good or ill.
You feel like going and turning yourselves in would be probably the better
Okay.
option.
So we continue on with getting the bodies around, getting sleds made, and we'll probably meet them on the way.
It's a
'Cause I feel like-
traveler.
Yeah, I feel like we need to talk to the Archmage, and I would be concerned that the Archmage wouldn't leave the city.
Especially after someone died.
You have a letter from the Duchess.
I remember her.
Our patron. We're
Yeah.
Kind
fucking
of,
heroes. We slew a dragon.
What if
Um,
we just, we continue on? What if we let this, elf go? She's gonna tell the same thing, whether she's with us or not, and it'll show her our trust.
He explicitly said the opposite of that.
Huh?
We're traveling to the same destination.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're
Right now, we're getting into our old habit of brainstorming 5 different ideas, but then circling around the same one idea.
Let's
So I
go
think
back.
let's just go do the one idea.
Let's go back. Let's do it.
Okay. What are you guys doing?
I think we're
One
building.
person tell me what the plan is.
I think we're building sledges to then go back as a party, where Largo will be our predominant emissary, with Dakuta and his depth of knowledge of Solomon to represent us.
Okay. And
When I notice the sledges are shitty, I'll start taking a 20.
okay. I mean, they're serviceable. You know, you're trying not to take a fuck ton of time. You know, real quick, yokai, the hat of disguise can make you 1 foot shorter, not 2 feet shorter. And you initially showed up to the group in the guise of a half orc. So what
Yeah,
appearance are you
in the
taking?
current situation, I guess I won't. No. Yeah, I guess I'll just look like I'll look like a half.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, thankfully, following the Elven Ranger, she seems to know exactly where she's going, and is, you know, fairly quickly points you guys in the right direction to getting back to the city. After a few hours of traveling with her, you realize that this could have taken you considerably longer if you tried to do it without her. And you do get to a point where you are going to have to rest for the night. It's getting late, and you know, even she relents that, you know, if with dragging the corpses and everything, you're gonna have to, you know, sleep for the night to make it back in somewhat manageable state.
What if we had 6 horses?
With horses, okay. Well, 1, 2. Well, there is what is there? There's 9 of you, 6 horses. It's really not enough for all of you to be on a horse.
Yeah.
And even if you did, dragging the sledges on the horses would probably damage the sledges pretty bad.
Cool.
So, I mean, it might be nice and comfortable to ride the horses.
Yeah, because it was
also-
mentioned at the beginning.
Yeah. Also, they're only going to last what, 8 hours?
Yeah, I think there is a maximum without pulling it up. I mean, so it's
I think it's an hour per level.
it's 2 hours per level,
Oh, okay.
but I think there might be a maximum of like 10 or 12 hours.
So it's I mean, it adds some comfort and some ease to the transport, but it doesn't solve the problem.
then I am not going to waste the spell slot.
It's your fault for having a group of 8 people.
Yeah, I'm not going to waste the spell slot just in case something
And we're
happens in the
trying to
night
kill
because
him.
I'm pretty tapped out. So I will not do that.
Do we want to talk about setting watches?
I'll take first.
Cool. I will also take first with the recently undead guy, just so I can stare at him a lot, because I'm very confused by him.
You can take a second.
Good, I'll
Second
take
one.
second watch with you.
Okay.
I don't seem tired. I'll take second.
All right. Uhtred and Godric are going to take third.
Cool.
I would like not to take a watch because I've almost exhausted all of my resources.
So on the first watch, both you guys give me perception checks.
Night. 29.
6. I'm just staring right at yokai.
Okay. All right, yokai, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. It's elven wood. Mirok, you're fairly certain, like yokai is covered in dead flesh.
Thanks.
He's covered in what?
Dead flesh.
Yep.
You notice after, the length of the day, it is late summer. It was warm, starting to smell.
Starting to smell. Okay.
You're going to have to figure out something about that.
Yeah, I started thinking about that. I look around at the forest. Dan, would you say this is coniferous or deciduous?
Mostly deciduous. There are the rare conifer, but like maybe 1 in 10, 1 in 15 is a pine tree of some sort.
Okay, I'm gonna take my ceremonial hammer. What I want to do is I want to basically make like a tap for sap. I want to hang a bucket and I want to like pull resin out of this tree, and then I'm gonna in the morning like just kind of put it all over yokai because resin is a preservative and has a strong smell.
Okay. Are you picking a certain kind of tree for this?
Hell yeah, buddy! I'm picking a longleaf pine in North Carolina.
Can you give me a knowledge nature check?
Oh, good. I definitely don't have that one. Okay, not bad.
Just so we're on the same page, if you want to talk about North Carolina forests, maybe you want to talk about the hemlock. It's pretty important. I'm just saying. I'm not an expert.
It's not where we got the name Tar Heel State, Mike. We got that from our pine trees down east. It's an 18 total, Dan.
Okay. You managed to find a pine tree of some sort.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a hammer. The problem is a tap.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take my my heavy steel shield because I'm gonna kind of right into the tree.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna leave my shield on the ground to collect the resin. I don't know.
All right. What are you using as a tap though?
Fuck me. So I've made a deep gash in the tree. I have a dish to collect it.
I have a bracer arrow that kind of has like a long metal tube sort of thing to hold a potion.
You're asleep though.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, you could put a gash in a tree, and I grew up in the Pine Barrens, and I will tell you, you put a gash in a pine tree, and it will just slowly ooze down the side of the tree. It's not going to miraculously jump off and into the pool.
Wait, you're from New Jersey? So sorry.
I've got some.
We have to say that.
It was a learning experience.
Of course.
So I will say, Mirok, if you want to give me just a knowledge check. You don't have knowledge arcana, do you?
No.
Okay, just a knowledge check.
Okay. 16.
An intelligence check. 16. You you're aware that there is a spell called Gentle Repose that would keep a corpse from decaying.
Okay. Sounds like I need to go talk to Dakuda.
It is a divine spell.
Divine spell. Sounds like I need to go talk to Godric. Right?
It's
Or
possible.
yourself.
I don't have that spell.
I don't think that paladins get it.
Well, then I'm just going to keep working on this tree then. I'm going to take a wand of Cure Light Wounds and I'm going to stab it in that gash so it creates capillary action. It moves down the wand and then it drips onto the shield.
Right. Okay. Sure.
Great.
I was suggesting that, if you could find some sort of item or a wand or something, then that might be a way of keeping him from becoming a mess.
Okay, cool. Yeah, when we get in the city, I will keep that in mind for sure. In the meantime, it's time to smell like pine.
All right.
I'm going to tell Yokai, hey, as this shit drips out onto my shield, I want you to just kind of like put it on your body, armpits. It's kind of, you smell.
It's gonna look like a leaf monster by the time he gets there.
Okay.
It doesn't smell dead.
Second watch was Ort and who? Dakuda?
Dakuda.
Okay. Give me perception checks.
29.
21.
Okay. Yokai starts to smell. And you see that Mirok has done something with a shield. And, well, actually, you all woke up when Mirok slammed his hammer into a steel shield against a tree, like an hour and a half after you all went to sleep.
I mean, can we like retcon that and say like I would have cast silence? Because I feel like I would have done
Sure.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's something I can do. Can I use Paragon Surge and give myself a spell that would fix the situation?
What
Is there a
spell would that be?
necromancy spell? I don't know. I figured Dakuda would know better than me.
Isn't Jen opposed necromancy?
Is what?
I believe it is a necromancy spell. It's just not like an evil one. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, a sorcerer or wizard
Can do gentle repose.
level 3 spell for a sorcerer.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. And is that like they're like permanently embalmed, or is it just okay for a little while? Kind of
Lasts 1 day per level.
okay,
Oh, sick.
cool.
So I just have a super sticky shield.
So you go over and I'm just going to assume that you've got some salt on you for cooking purposes or some other material. Oh no, you have a skew material. But you do need a copper piece for each eye. You got to lay yokai down and do like this short little ritual to cast it. Where you put a copper piece over each eye, and the stink goes away.
Cool.
Hey, Dakuda.
Yo.
I noticed you were telling people all their shit was magic earlier.
Yeah.
Is any of my shit magic?
Actually, on the way over here, I kept meaning to say it, but I kept feeling like I was going to talk over somebody else because we were talking a lot. Somewhere along the trail, I'd be telling each person what they got, so I could like look at their stuff while we're going.
Okay. So Bort his belt has become a belt of +4 dexterity.
All right. Wow.
Saruk, your gloves are gloves of dueling,
Pew pew.
which gives you a +4 bonus against combat maneuver, against disarm attacks or sunder attacks on your weapons. And it increases your weapon training bonus by +2. So that's an additional +2 to attacks and damage.
Fuck yeah, dude.
What about Largo?
You also don't drop your weapons when you're panicked or stunned. Largo, you probably noticed this yourself, that your robes, which they had a sort of like a starry motif or something embroidered on them.
Yes, they're beautiful. They're
Um,
shimmering and pure.
The starry motif has taken on sort of like constellation
Ooh.
motif of like fairies and pixies dancing across your robe. Your robe has become a robe of arcane heritage.
Ooh, okay.
So for your bloodline, you are considered to be 4 levels higher than normal, which would give you
Jesus.
access to your 9th level bloodline ability.
Yeah.
And Dan, out of curiosity, everyone's magical items seem to work as intended, with the exception of Mirox.
Correct.
Great. Good.
So it's just my bloodline is so I am nothing changes except it's a big deal, but nothing changes except for all of my bloodline powers. I get them for 4 levels higher.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I mean,
And is that everybody? Yeah, it's everybody.
this
Yeah.
is a serious come up for Bort here. This changes like,
Yeah, that's plus 2 to all your attacks, +2 to your damage, +2 to a bunch of your skills,
yeah,
+2 to your reflex
Bam.
save, +2 to your initiative,
yeah,
+2 to your armor class.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
We
just
have all
looking at
been
this.
significantly upgraded for sure.
Yeah,
Bort's
all of
running
us.
Bort's running around with a basket throwing +2s at everything.
It's wild.
Just so you know, Aaron, one
Yeah.
of the reasons why it's suspended is because your armor was so fucking expensive.
Right.
You're already at your wealth level.
Oh, okay.
Everybody else was way behind.
I got it.
I mean, and it's also story wise, you have this,
Totally.
the thing
Yeah.
that would benefit you is something you've got a tenuous grasp on at the moment.
Right. I should imagine like a god of ledgers being like, nope, he's had his paycheck for the week. All right. Second
Well, if
one.
anybody's the god of ledgers, it's probably your god.
True. Yeah. Sweet Mosen.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. Most of the people are still under your wealth, even with their new gear.
That's what it's all about, you guys.
Okay. So you pass through the evening, and in the morning, Mirok having a significant curiosity about yokai, you realize two things. He hasn't slept all night,
Mhm.
and he seems no worse for wear. Though he also, like over the course of just sitting and resting overnight, has not healed in any way, shape, or form.
Uh-huh. Okay.
You're fairly certain that the nature of his existence right now, like his metabolism just doesn't work, so he will not heal from wounds without some sort of magical assistance.
Got it.
Uh,
Or pass that information on to Godric. Hey, I don't think this guy gets healing from resting.
your,
So am I still down to 18 then?
he's wherever he was after the healing that he got from Godric and Mirok yesterday.
You got 36 plus 25, so a total of 61 points of healing when you came
Right.
to life.
That's cool. And
Uh,
I did take a little bit of a minute at some point to kind of sneak away from, maybe when he was getting real involved with tapping the tree after I figured out what he was doing, and say some prayers to Paonia and stumble over them very awkwardly. And like, is this how you do this? I don't really know how this goes, but I guess you are real. Something like that.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, Mirok, just for clarity's sake, like the normal treat deadly wounds that you would do with like bandages and stuff is
Yeah.
not going to work because he won't heal on his own. But you do have that like that planar healing thing that you do. The healing hands and the healer's hands.
Okay, yeah.
That you're drawing positive energy from another plane to do it, and that will work.
Okay, cool.
So if you take an hour to try to treat his wounds, it's not going to work. But if you do the one round thing, that will.
Okay. Cool.
And otherwise, channel positive energy, cure spells, lay on hands, that will all work. But he will not regenerate in any way, shape, or form on his own.
To know.
How far
And-
down? How far down are you after all that?
I'm minus 18 now because I dropped because I don't have a constitution.
So
Good
you
thing
look
I've got a
beat-
charisma.
You look beaten up, but you're not like gashed open, flaps of skin kind of stuff.
There's
anymore.
nothing's hanging in a super weird way. I just am like fucked up. Probably have like a
his he doesn't heal to healthy looking. He heals to functionality.
Right.
Dakuta, you're also expecting that maybe at some point you might want to do the Paragon Surge thing to sculpt his corpse back to normal.
That I was assuming that was already taking place. So I would do that with the second spell then.
Okay.
So I can get
so-
2/3 level.
Oh, you can get 2/3 level?
You can get one at your max, or you can get two
right.
at anything below that.
Right. Did you have enough spells to cast 2/3 level spells before you rested last night?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you sculpt Yokai back to as close to what you remember Yokai looking like before he was crushed by a massive metal club in Purgatory. Pretty close. It's actually fairly easy because Yokai can use the hat of disguise to be like, I look like this, and you're like,
Right.
Okay.
Right. And I prestidigitate his
95% accurate.
right.
But
I
you-
prestidigitate, his clothes and use some mending, so he should definitely be passing by the time we get there.
Yeah, you closed up all the wounds. You changed the color of the bruises and stuff like that. You got him back to looking normal, and then with the gentle repose, he's not rotting. So it's pretty solid.
Cool.
many thanks.
You realize this is probably going to be a semi-regular maintenance schedule, though.
Right. A little squirt here, a little sprinkle there.
Little squirt here.
And I invite you to put flowers in your pockets. Something for the smell. Also, so at some point I want to go talk to the elf,
Okay.
and I'm gonna approach her with no intent at first. I'm going to just ask her like what part of Solomon she's from and try and find any connections, just make small talk. And then after I feel like she's at least somewhat open, I'm going to say, I just hope you know there's these situations, there's two things we're worried about. You know, obviously, the princess and the dragon is our major concern. And then we had the, unfortunate instance as well. And I know we have to deal with that. However, we're going to deal with it, but I don't want the significance of the princess and the dragon to, go unnoticed in this. We have no intention of hurting you. We hope that you could actually help us, even though you will hurt us at the same time, but we're going to deal with that. And I say, in case this is of the royalty, I give her the headband circlet of charisma, because I'm assuming that it might be now looking like what the princess would have wore.
I mean, you know that there's no like crowns and stuff are for humans.
Do what?
Crowns and stuff like that are for humans.
I'm saying now that it's off of the dragon, does it look like something that the princess wore before?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I give that to her, and you throw me there for that. It's just a token of trust, and yeah, I sit around by the fire with her for a while, and she wants to talk about anything. I'm open to it.
What's her name?
That's a good question. we might have figured that
I
out.
didn't ask her that. No, I didn't ask her that.
No
I
one's
just-
asked her the whole
No.
game.
Asked her where she's from. I'm sure that would have.
Yeah, I'm
been
asking
part
from
of
my
it.
notes.
I don't want to ask too many
Well,
questions.
Asking her where she's from is honestly probably not a great question. She's from Solomon.
I don't mean vaguely.
Yeah, if you're not noble, you live in the northern quarter. And she probably spends a lot of her time, in the woods outside because she's a warden who travels the woods. So it's like, I just think you'd think better than to ask her where she's from. It's not a.
I was saying that in the sense that I am from Solomon. She is from Solomon. Small talk. That's what I meant.
Okay. Yeah. So you don't ask her where she's from, but you make Elven small talk.
Right.
Okay. So her name is Kira.
Kira or Tira?
Kira.
Got it.
Kira.
Nightly.
She's probably on the older end of elves. She said that she'd been doing the whole running the woods with Naril for 30 decades. So she'd probably be close to retirement. Though Elven, she doesn't look old. Elves don't look old until they're very old. And yeah, the small talk is fairly forced. She's not really in a chatty mood. She spends most of the time just like scanning the rest of the group, like trying to keep tabs on where everybody is and what everybody's doing. You get a little bit of fear or suspicion in her mannerisms. So it's a stilted conversation.
It is what it is.
Maybe do you want to make a diplomacy check or something? Try to.
I'm not very charismatic. I thought it would be silly to not talk with her since
Okay.
we're both from Solomon. And
The only thing you get like, she's willing to share some stories about the elf that was killed.
mhm.
She wants to remember him at this point.
I actually, after that, kind of steer the conversation a little and be like, now that you know that the princess was a dragon, how is your attitude towards that? Do you feel that you were under control, or did you have any inkling that she was a dragon before? And yeah, I want to actually look pretty closely at how she answers that. Although I don't have a great sense motive.
I haven't had specific interaction with her until yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
I thought
like
she was part of her guard. That's the reason I gave her the
no,
circlet.
there were 7 elves with her.
Okay.
4 of them were wardens that just kind of police the local woodland, and then there were 3 who were noble guard that would have been like her secret service. So 3 secret service, 4
Okay.
cops.
That's what I was thinking she was. Okay.
So she's more of a cop.
Okay.
So like, handing her or offering her that circlet.
Yeah. That's the reason I thought she was part of the guard, like part of the family kind of thing. Okay.
The noble guard, the captain that
Uh-huh.
Fort stole the armor off of, he came in, requisitioned 4 wardens as escort through the woods because the princess wanted to go do something. And she directed them, kind of surprisingly, in her accuracy of exactly where in the woods she wanted to go. But the 4 of them were there as escort. And now she realizes that, yes, there was a moment where the princess cast some spells and charmed the 4 wardens. But after those spells took hold, she thought it was perfectly normal. Now she realizes that it was something else. But she also has no real concept of like the particulars of what a dragon is or what a dragon does, or what different kinds of dragons there are. So a lot of the what do you call it? A lot of the connotations of being charmed by a green dragon kind of go over her head. She doesn't realize that green dragons are incredibly evil creatures, and like she just knows that dragons are powerful.
If I pick that up in her tone of how she's talking about it, I'm like, you realize that green dragons are very, very evil, right? And I just explain it.
That would be convenient for you.
Yeah. I've got a 16 nature. I'm sure I understand that. And if I hear that in her, because it's also obviously going to help our case. So I try and be like, yeah, that's the whole reason I keep talking about this green dragon. This green dragon is a very evil entity, and it was high up in the Solomon, order of command. And I have,
Right.
people need to.
Knowledge about dragons is knowledge arcana.
Okay, well, I have even better in arcana.
And trying to convince her of anything is diplomacy.
I don't have hardly any diplomacy.
Right. So you're telling her this story, and she's like, wow, that would be pretty good for you if that was all true. She doesn't take your word for it.
Well,
Okay.
that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Even if she doesn't take the word for it, right? Sorry, I'm asleep.
Yeah. No, I'm like,
I mean, you're telling her the absolute truth,
Yeah,
He has no
No.
reason to believe it.
that's fine. I am okay with that. I mean, I understand her situation, so I just gotta be me, and she just gotta be her. So we're being each other together.
You can still roll a 20 on diplomacy.
I'll go ahead and roll just since I'm doing that. But yeah,
I like
I'm
how
not like trying to bend her will. Yeah, I rolled a 3. Very clumsily, I'm shedding facts at her. But okay, I just wanted to get that out. I feel better.
Yeah, she seems. I mean, you didn't make her mad, but you're kind of annoying with how much you're pressing this whole.
Yeah.
This is an evil dragon. You don't understand.
Cats and dogs living together.
All right. So is anybody else trying to accomplish anything overnight?
Nah, dude, I crushed her with that pine tree.
I try really hard to dream of my soulmate Samara
God damn it, Michael!
as I hold her braid in my hand as I sleep.
Okay.
Where's your hand?
On the braid.
Just on the braid.
Yeah.
It's not like grasping the braid so that it is close to something else.
No.
Sorry, I'm asleep.
Yeah.
Didn't I take the braid from you? Don't I have the braid? I thought you were grounded.
Okay, well, then I take it back. I pull
No,
out
no.
my
If I don't know, that means you have it.
regardless, I pull out my orc pornographic drawing.
Doubt that Mirok can make the grapple check to take the braid away from Zuruk.
Word.
No,
More
I'll
sleight
get
of
it
hand.
later. I'll
Yeah.
get it later. His stepdad might be dead tomorrow.
I sleep
All
so
right.
soundly.
All right. So, morning comes. Kira seems impatient to continue on towards Solomon. You guys get your shit together. You know, grab a hold of the sledges and continue on towards Solomon. Correct?
I attempt to like cook everybody a big breakfast, but I think everyone says like, no, that's not time for that. And I'm disappointedly pack away my cooking supplies.
On the road again.
Godric kind of like sidles up to the cooking bar. He's like, "Oh, great." Uhtred's also
Yeah.
interested in a nice beefy meal.
I found some turnips.
But yeah, it seems like everybody else is more ready to move along. Okay, so you all head towards Solomon, and as you approach, give me perception checks.
29 for Bort.
9 for Largo.
14.
Sorry, 18.
17 for Mirok.
15.
So, Godric and Bort are the first to notice that there is an approaching company of elves moving in on your position as you are moving forward, and you can tell that they are mounted and they are armored. There's probably 15 to 20 of them.
Oh boy.
Go ahead and put down my mic so I am ready to take this away.
Hey, there's a bunch of elves coming up and they're all armored. They're on horses. They look like they're from the city. Does anybody have like a trumpet or horn or anything we can call out to them? A friendly shave and a haircut? Staruk, you got your piccolo on you, bud? You left your piccolo with your girlfriend. well, screech like a barn owl, hoot like a nuthatch. Wave to him, everybody. Hey.
You're making this statement, and Kira whistles out very loudly, and it catches the attention of them, and they were headed in your way, but now they're zeroed in, and they start approaching at a faster pace.
Oh, they got a special whistle too.
That was a warning.
Yeah, it's a elf whistle.
These guys are assholes.
Yeah.
It probably did mean something, quite similar to that.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to give me a sense motive check, they can give me a sense motive check on trying to figure out what that whistle meant.
Oh, 23. Or sorry,
Ooh.
33. Natural 20.
I rolled a 19. So 21 for Mirok.
Okay. Anyone over a 20 assumes that it's something like a over here.
Oh, well, that's certainly delightful. I think we've made our impact on her.
I look at Largo with a thumbs up and go, neutral.
Neutral is good for us right now.
All right. So fairly shortly, like maybe another 6 to 10 seconds, you see this accompaniment of elves riding stags, large hardy stags, and they sort of they initially semicircle, and then you can see some of them are starting to move and try to completely encircle your group. As that's happening, the one in charge, who seems to be wearing some sort of a sash of their rank is not like badges. It's more like vestments or cloth accoutrement, and he calls out Kira Talassa, and then in Elvish, are these the ones? And she steps forward, gives an elven salute, and says, yes, I left Solomon with Princess Tisa Andavira and 6 other elven guards. Did Karaman return already? And so this is all in Elven. I don't know which one of you speaks Elven, but this is all in Elven.
Dakuda.
Does anybody besides Dakuda speak Elven?
No, sir.
I think Godric does.
Godric's a half elf, right?
Yeah. That doesn't mean he speaks Elven.
That's true.
Very racist of you to say.
We've been known for that, actually.
Racism is a thing in this world. There's literally different entire creatures. Unlike our
Elvis.
world, it's actually a thing.
You
Mhm.
can't
Godric-
PC that shit away here.
Godric does speak Elven. Does Uhtred speak Elven?
Oh my god, we're fucked if he does.
So Dakuda and Godric are following this conversation. And the guy in charge says, "Is it true that they killed the princess?" And she says, "It is, but it's also true that she was a dragon." And like everyone at that sort of jostles, everyone's a little what the fuck about that, and says, is it true that they then slayed Naril in order to steal the armor off of the captain of the princess's noble guard. And she says, yes, that is also true. And then he turns to the rest of you and says, by the order of the Lord and Lady of Solomon, you are all under arrest. You come with us, and the truth of this matter shall be decided.
Largo.
Out of respect, please, the bodies of the heroic fallen are on these sleds that we have crafted. I would like to make that known, so that they may find their proper resting place, as it is according to your tradition. 27 diplomacy.
Bort leans over to Largo and says, tell them they all have their shirts on.
And you may notice that they all are fully armored, just the way that they left the city.
The one that he pulled the mithril armor off of, there was no way to get that back on.
Yeah, that's just on his
That body
chest.
was melting.
You may notice that the armor that our half-orc companion originally had taken off this man is returned to his body. And may it be an heirloom that will honor his house.
I also tell him where the dragon body is in case he wanted to send any of his men to see the situation.
He holds up his hand and says, this is not for me to hear. We appreciate you bringing back the bodies, but someone else will hear your arguments.
Fair.
Please present any weapons for surrender and be prepared to follow us back into the city.
Where we will continue as we were. That's where we're headed.
Dan, does he try to get my staff from me, or does he let me keep it?
Uh,
I'm not going to say anything either way, but I'm an old, obviously very old creature, and I am walking with a stick.
Yep.
No, none of them have detect magic where they would recognize your staff as anything other than a walking stick.
Are they aware my hammer is just a ceremonial bauble?
It's still a hammer.
Okay, I give him
It's
my
a
hammer.
really, really big trinket.
Now, who is going to convince Uhtred to give up?
Yeah, I know. Fuck.
Buddy.
Largo. Yeah.
I'm just going to roll a diplomacy.
I think we both have to go talk to him.
Are they aware that Bort has like 9 daggers sequestered on his person?
Give me a sleight of hand check.
I got a diplomacy 29 to tell
Gladly.
Uhtred, and I'm gonna say to Uhtred, Dan, do you remember the time you gave up your axe for yokai for the good of the team? This is the same moment. We need you to put your axe in the hand of another for the team.
37
Well,
diplomacy.
So, but yokai is one of ours. I don't know about any of these guys.
37 diplomacy. And I'm going to say, my friend, we rescued you from an eternal battle in purgatory so that you could live to fight again.
Fine.
Thank you.
So much more reasonable.
34 sleight of hand.
Okay. There's like 5 daggers that you're pretty sure they're not noticing.
I just keep handing weapon after weapon after weapon. You know, I got all my stakes after the other weapons and shit. So
They're a little
I give-
confused when you hand them a tea kettle, but yeah. Okay, so you hand over all that crap, and they form a sort of box around you with mounted guard and walk you in through the eastern gate. You haven't been in this part of the city before. Dakuta, you know that this is the artisan district, the Birch Quarter. So mostly what you're passing by is basically like weavers and different sort of industry, different sort of crafters plying their trade. And towards the outside of the district, you know, the city walls, it's heavily just the crafting and the creating. But as you get closer and closer to the center of the city, it's more what do you call it, like shops and places where things can be bought and sold. Though you're traveling down the main road from the eastern gate towards the center of the city, there's like no detours. It's a single straight promenade that you are in. And there's elves who are, you don't see a single individual who's not pure elf anywhere, you know, in this area. And they're watching this procession with curiosity and a little bit of concern, especially considering, you know, 3 of you are half orcs and 2 are dwarves, which is not so great. But you know, it's sort of like a hush as you pass by. You know, you can hear the sounds of crafting ahead of you, and then it dies as you approach, and then it sort of picks up behind you as you progress through the district. When you get to the center gate towards this, you know, you pass through it before. There's a circular city center that has gates to each of the district, and you passed through the north district and then went to the west district where the Mysterium was. This time you're getting to the east gate of that central hub, and meeting you there is an individual wearing mithril plate, very, very finely crafted, obviously of exceptionally high station. And the captain of this group that is moving you guys through the city salutes to him and bows, and like kind of impressively, like the stag that he's on also bows. And he says, "Hi, Warden. This is the group that has slain Princess Teese. According to the warden that accompanied them back to the city, it does corroborate the story that she was a dragon of some sort." And he says, "Very well. Is she with you?" And he says, "She's back outside the city speaking with her captain." And the High Warden says, "Well, have her come. There will be an inquiry, and we need all witnesses." This is, again, all in Elven. And then on foot, another cadre of elves, all wearing mithril armor, mostly like breastplates, half plate, but you're going up in the world as far as like who they're having guard you is, you know, serious. These guys are wearing stuff that appears to be more of the noble guard style, that and the guy in charge that the other guy was talking to steps forward and says in common, "I am High Warden Coretta. you understand what is going on here. Go ahead.
I represent our party, and with little understanding of traditional elven custom, I will say that the general situation we are in, I believe I do have an understanding of that, yes.
Well, that makes one of us.
Oh, that like the okay. Yeah, I think I have an understanding of what happened.
I expect that there will be no issues here. I want to make it clear to you that if you make any sort of aggressive movements, we will not hesitate to slay you where you stand. We will be moving on to the Mysterium district, where your case will be heard and inquiries will be made. There will be magic cast upon you to ascertain truth and the nature of what happened and what transpired. I expect that you will all allow these spells to take effect and not offer any resistance.
I would like a moment to ask that question to my compatriots myself, if you would grant me that.
You will have a moment to discuss amongst yourselves when we arrive.
Perfect.
For now, I expect you all to behave yourselves as we move to the other district of the city. And at that, you've been completely surrounded by this second group of guards. And they usher you into the central hub, where the central hub is a circular road around a large walled central area. Looks like that central area is some sort of a park or orchard or something. You can see the tops of trees over the wall, but there was a gate pointing north when you came in from the North District, but you don't, see there might be another gate to the south. You didn't see one on the east, and you didn't see one on the west. But it looks like it's maybe about that section is maybe like 200 feet across. So you're kind of doing this circle around from the East District to the West District gate, and then you pass through that into the Mysterium, and they usher you in there towards a sort of satellite building around this crescent that forms the worship center for the patron gods of the city. But there's like this satellite building that's outside this crescent with a smaller crescent with a smaller crescent formation. Anyone give me a knowledge religion check to recognize the iconography on this building.
25 from Mirak.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So you and Godric recognize this to be a church devoted to Cerelia. Cerelia is the goddess of judgment and mercy. She is one of the ascended gods. She was once a mortal, but she ascended to godhood, and you know that she was an elf in life. Godric knows it's Cerelia, but that's about as far as he knows. Mm-hmm. He doesn't really know the additional stuff.
I tell if I have an opportunity, I tell that to our chief litigator, Largo Dismtree.
Really? Yeah, that got us.
I mean, Dakuta, you know that this is the Temple of Cerelia.
Yeah.
And it also serves as a courthouse for any capital crimes.
I always wanted to feel more important here, and but I did not want to be important in this way.
Oh, it got sad at the end.
All right. So you're ushered in and then taken to a chamber sort of off to the side, where you're all placed in this room, and they say you have about a half an hour, and then you will be called for an inquiry and perhaps to have your case heard. But there are quite a few individuals of high esteem who are very curious about what you have to say, particularly regarding the princess and her being a dragon.
Indeed.
So just be prepared. And at that, he takes a step back, and he rattles off a long list of names, and then says something. And Godric and Dakuta, you recognize, he listed off like 12 names and said, "You're here on guard duty. If they try anything, kill them."
I let everybody know that after the fact.
And then the door closes, and you guys are in a room. It's got a table with 12 chairs, benches along the outside. There's a table with some water and a pitcher of water and some like some sort of a wafer bread type food. Otherwise, it's empty. There's no windows. The door looks very sturdy. There's only one way in or out, and that's where you are.
How long did they say we had?
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Can we use this opportunity? I kind of came in at the end, I think, of the dragon thing. I can't even remember what the deal is why we were fighting a princess dragon.
So we're looking
need
for a
refresher.
specific tome. To just reading over my notes, we're looking for a specific book that she has. It was in her hoard. We were trying to find her hoard. Largo scried upon her, saw her with the book, and then she kind of intercepted us before we could get to her hoard. And we were sent to find this book. That's where my memory gets fuzzy. I have to check my notes.
So clarification.
Largo study.
It was
What's-
the man who the dwarf who owned the library
Yes.
in Penteros that commissioned you to go and retrieve this book from the Hoard of a Dragon. You went to Solomon. You touched base with Dakuta. So Dakuta, you were there for Dunbar.
Right.
Then you went back to Penteros with them, and then you went back to Solomon with them, and you touched base with the Archmage, Aelorn Volsaren.
Yeah.
And he gave you a little bit of information that allowed you to better scry on the dragon or like learn some information. Then you left the city and were just like kind of trying to find the lair in the forest somewhere where you thought it was.
I already talked to Aelorn about the dragon, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good.
He told you that the dragon's title was the Viridian Mist.
Okay.
He did some divination magic to get some information for you.
I can't remember what was his reaction to a princess, somebody in the high society there being a dragon.
He doesn't know that.
Oh, he doesn't.
Nope.
And the guy who sent us to go get this at the Biblioteca Esoterica, he said, like, basically, get this book or the things I'll send after you are going to be worse than the dragon. Right?
As far as you know, the guy who sent you for the book doesn't know that he was that the dragon was the Elven Princess.
Yeah.
Nobody knew that the dragon was the Elven Princess. There was a little bit of like supposed sightings of a dragon off in that area of the forest, but Nobody ever had any problems or issues with it. So it was mostly discounted. You did not know that the princess was the dragon until you fought the dragon once. Largo scryed on her and saw her in her elven form. And then when the princess rode up, and Dakota, you recognize the princess. She's somewhat of a celebrity, being, one of the high noble people in the town. And then Largo said, "That's the fucking dragon." That was the first time you put those two things together.
All right.
And that was immediately before the fight started.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as Godric knew that
Yeah.
woman on that mount was a dragon, he attacked her.
Largo, that's the way we need to approach this. Like, we were just following the trail of a dragon, and we didn't even know what the hell was up until it was too late. And then we were, put upon by her and charmed guards. There was nothing we could do about it.
Oh yes, I think the aspect of the princess being the dragon and us slaying the dragon will not come back to bite us. My main issues that I'm making note of here are the defense of Bort Sizemore. And speaking of the defense of Bort Sizemore, Bort, I don't want to deprive you of being able to say words yourself. What would you like to say to them? And please don't get angry, right? But is there anything that you would like to make known yourself?
Entire city full of elves, smarty pants little elves, didn't know that their princess was a goddamn evil green dragon. And here we are with that information. Are they gonna? Does this dragon seems to maybe not have a cohort of elves? It seems like they're in the dark on the whole princess being a dragon situation. Who's to say if that's true or not? Maybe the dragon had some allies in the elven court. Is this going to be a huge embarrassment for them? Are they just going to imprison us, throw us in the tower, or murder us to stop this from getting out? That guard seemed pretty interested in where the ranger that we came in with, where she went. They're going to shut her up, tie that loose end up. Are they just going to sweep this all under the rug? We slew a fucking dragon, or there were a bunch of elves under the control of the dragon. The elves were being real dicks about it the entire time. I feel justified in my actions.
Maybe don't say exactly that. Well, I'm with you. Don't get me wrong. I'm with you. I hear you. But do you agree that this is a delicate situation? And I agree that, I don't want to live in a world with only elven customs. But right now, we exist in a world with only elven customs. And if we're going to get out of this world alive, I think we need to accept some things that might happen to you in particular.
I think that maybe the point that the dragon was mind controlling these elves, at what point did that end? Who's to say?
I've made extensive notes. Yes, that is an argument of mine.
The fact that we were battling these elves and then all of a sudden they're not under the mind control of dragon. I don't know what's going on. I'm just a humble rogue. And this fucking idiot was acting like he was still under the mind control of a dragon. So I stabbed him and now he's dead. And they got their fucking shirt back.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. This is all good information and I appreciate it. I'm nervous.
I have a quick player question. I did find some notes. Back with the dragon situation, I had somewhere that's my birthday in 2 days.
It's your birthday tomorrow.
Oh, maybe you could use that.
I will try.
Okay.
Yeah.
He gets a birthday candle on his last meal.
I get a birthday wish.
Okay.
If they start if this goes so bad that they start approaching us with spears, I'll point to you and say, "But it's his birthday."
Yeah. Tomorrow.
All right, Dakota, just so you can impart this information to the rest of your companions. The government of Solomon, which considers itself its own nation, it's a city state, and it controls the vast majority of the forests here at the base of the mountains in the center of the island. The king and the queen are titled Lord and Lady, and Prince and Princess is beneath them. There are 12 sets of princes and princesses that represent the 12 houses of the city. The Lord and Lady are basically an elected position or an appointed position by the rest of the princes and princesses when a previous Lord or Lady steps down. Generally speaking, the Lord and Lady are not related or married or whatever. They can be appointed from different houses, which is the case right now. And the different houses, the prince and princess from that are also appointed by the house and are not necessarily, brother and sister or married or anything like that either.
Titles.
Give me a straight intelligence check.
Fat 1.
Okay.
Single.
You don't know the circumstances of Princess Teese and Vera. There are some houses where you have a little bit of information about like what their import in the city is, like what sort of like things their family is into. You're drawing a blank on her.
Dan, is the house? So I'm thinking like upper commons, lower commons. Is the house itself elected by the populace? Is this like a house of lords and people that just their families always?
It's a noble house.
Okay,
They're above the common.
got it.
Yeah, so I explained the structure and everything here, and I'm wondering if now that we've gone and turned ourselves in and gave all our stuff up, I'm kind of actually worried about like that secret society. What if there's a bunch of dragons, running shit, and we just gave ourselves up to them? I'm wondering if I should be trying to get a hold of my mom or Lorne to explain what's going on, so we have somebody on the outside of the system that also knows the story.
It would be wonderful to be able to call Alorn at least as a witness.
Do you have some magical means of getting in touch with them?
Only if I did the surge thing again. But I'm not sure if I guess I could. There's nobody like watching us here.
There are people watching us here.
Oh.
I can scry him.
You guys have been given, you're, as far as you can tell, you're in private.
Right. That's what I thought we were left to her.
Okay.
But there is apparently half a dozen guards stationed directly outside your door.
That's fine. What is it? What's the next one up from message? It's I can't remember.
There's Whispering Wind, I think.
That might
be
I
right.
think Sending is too high level. I don't think you can do that.
If you have Largo scry us to exactly where he is, then we can Whispering Wind
But
to
I'm
that same
but
spot.
I'm very familiar with him. So would I need to, could I do it just by since I know him well? How's it need to work? You have to actually know
Whispering Wind?
Oh, that's a location.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, that's what you were doing before.
Mhm.
If we scry him, he will most certainly notice.
It's true.
If
That's
you
what I was
guys
thinking.
attempt to scry him, he will most likely make his save.
Right, 'cause he
Oh, and
won't
then
know
we
who's
don't even
scrying.
get the opportunity to speak to him at all.
Let's just call him as a witness.
Largo, you having met him, you are fairly certain he is the most powerful magic user you've ever encountered.
And if he makes his save, that means that it totally fizzles. It doesn't mean that he's like, oh, this dude's trying to scry me, and then can let
He
it
doesn't
happen.
know who's trying to scry him.
Okay, unless he notices while I'm scrying him, and then he can kind of notice that someone is and talk to me.
Yeah, he might notice that a spell was cast on him, but he won't know who did it.
Okay, never mind that.
Not to mention, there's a possibility he's just immune to it, given some sort of magic that he uses.
Well, all right. I think we just ask him to be called as a witness.
Can I, do you think, I would say I would want to sense motive, but I know mine's bad. So I just asked the team, do you think if I asked these guys, they would go to get somebody for us on our
Fuck
side?
no.
Or no?
I don't think so.
You
Probably
can ask
not.
them, but these elves seem like total dicks.
Shit, I don't know anything else we can do to get a hold of them.
I think we just got to go to trial.
I think we ask for him when we are in trial. I'm stuck in the Largo voice.
Don't leave it.
Honestly, I almost did it when you showed up at the DC. I heard it in my head. Largo, Largo.
It's gotten deeper. Used to be like, way up here.
All right.
Purgatory will do that to you.
About an hour or half an hour passes, and the door opens up, and the High Warden, Coretta, says, "The court is assembled. Your case will be heard. Are you prepared to face judgment?"
I look at Bort, and then I look at her and I go, I believe so, yes.
It's a him.
I apologize. You are a very
No,
beautiful
you didn't
male.
say pronoun. I'm
Oh,
just saying.
good. I believe we are, yeah.
Single file line. Stay between the guards.
I'd like to stop for a second. Before, I'm just looking up Whispering Wind, and it says 1 hour per level or until discharge. So if there's nobody there, it'll sit there and swirl until somebody approaches it. So I could give him a 25 word message, and if he, like his tower or whatever. And
Okay. You want to do that?
yeah,
Okay.
Go
What
for
is
it.
your 25-word message?
right. I'm going to ask for help with this. I'm assuming this is back before the guards came and got us.
Yeah.
Okay, we got 25 words I could give to Alorn. Princess was a green dragon. Our team is
We
what?
killed her.
Yeah,
We're on trial.
we're on trial. Could use backup, or I don't know.
Put in a good word.
Can you come talk to us? I've got 25, so
Okay, that's a 20, I think.
Yep, exactly.
Also on trial, killed guard.
For,
yeah.
for murder.
All right.
we come up with something.
All right. So you get a stilted message out. The voice or the wind carries your voice out of the chamber, under the door, and to where you remember Alorn living. Shortly thereafter, the High Warden calls you out. Single file, stay between the guards. You walk out of the initial chamber into the main chamber of the temple. And this is on the far end, you see a high sort of desk where an individual in a white mask with two narrow slits is sitting. This is the Cerilius, which is basically the judge that is going to be hearing your case. Only Dakuda would know this, but he's not here. And additionally, in this room, you see several other elves sitting behind the judge on two throne-styled chairs. Is Lord Elwarin McGrothin and Lady Alessia Mithalis, and they are the Lord and Lady of Solomon. They're the king and the queen. Are you catching this, Dakuda?
Yeah.
Okay. To one side, there are three of the one prince or two princes and one princess standing before the judge's desk is the high priestess Bolithera Umarin, who's the high priestess of Payana. The Doyen Qualia Desavera, who is the professor of divination in the Mysterium. Arbiter in Ilnarin Gisef, who is the high priest of this church of Cerilia. He is not hearing the case, but he is present. And Surveillant Alestia Andvira, who is in charge of the Ardent Exchange. And beside the Prince and Princess Andvira is the highest ranking person in the House Andvira. You kill the Princess Andvira.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, some of these Dakuda you recognize as being like basically the who's who of the city. They will all be, I'm going to say they're all introduced when the proceedings begin. And so you are aware, Prince Garanthal Andvira was the husband of the princess that you slayed. And he was with her on the seat of prince and princess of the House Andvira. And then in addition to him, Prince Milrond and Princess Esvar Nisandwe are also there representing basically the House of Lords, the seats of the princes and princesses.
What's their house name, Dan?
Nisandwe.
Okay.
Nissandwe.
Okay.
So the judge has the title of Cerilius, and he's wearing a mask. So no one knows who judges your case. It's supposed to protect anonymity and unbiasedness, or against bias. I'm not going to make up any words. So Dakuda, seeing that the high priestess of the Church of Payana, the professor, the head of the arcane college on the study of divination, and the grand arbiter, the head of the Church of Cerilia, you're fairly certain that lying is just not going to be possible here.
No. But now we're here to give the truth. Truth's going to set us free as much as get us in trouble.
You have never seen, you've never seen this many important people in the same room.
Right. elves are interested in this story.
So you're all brought to a bar where you're all arranged, shoulder to shoulder, or shoulder to hip in some cases, to stand, in trial. There's one other person. Well, actually, there's two other people in attendance. Aelorn Volsaren and Grev Zedrin are both there. And he's standing over by the he's actually standing on the far side, like the two princes and the princess are standing on one side of like a gallery, and then he and Grev Zedrin are on the other side in the opposite gallery, and they're the only ones over there.
Who's Greb again?
Grev Zedrin is the 9-foot tall stone man that Bort got thrown across the courtyard by.
He's like an archangel to Mosin, right?
Yeah, he's devoted to order, and basically he's a merit inevitable, and they come from the plane of law and order in order to correct something that's wrong. And for some reason, he is following Aelorn around.
He's very fast.
You think you can run? You can't.
And you told us why that, or you told maybe me why that was. I won't say anything, but I'm remembering it now from a long time ago. It's a very cool thing.
Okay. So at that, the Cerilius makes like sort of this odd tonal noise, which doesn't sound quite mortal. And then when he speaks, you realize it's probably a function of the mask. His voice sounds impressive beyond, normal elven voice. And he says, "You stand accused of slaying Princess Tis Andvira and the unsolicited slaying of Noril Tavas."
It's an interesting distinction.
On the case of slaying Princess Tis Andvira, the court has heard that your excuse is that the princess was a dragon. The court will now hear your arguments and your reasons and your evidence.
I shuffle forward. I have with me notes.
There's a bar. It's like a railing.
It comes up to here, and I go, ahem, and motion, hoping that someone will bring me some sort of block.
You motion, and everyone kind of just looks around a little bit, and then Aelorn goes, and he casts a spell, and stone shapes you a podium to get you, to normal height.
Thank you, Archmage.
Actually, he wood shapes.
Thank you, Archmage. We have come to your fair elven woad in search of a tome, a magical tome in the possession of a vile, evil, green dragon. Upon reaching the town of the state of Solomon for the first time, we spoke with Aelorn Volsaren, Archmage Aelorn Volsaren, who has given our young friend Dakuda some study these past years. He was able to give us a certain amount of information about the dragon, which we sook. This dragon was named the Viridian Mist. With that information, I was able to scry this dragon. And I saw not a dragon, but a elf woman. Very pretty, very fair elf woman. But we were sure that this was the Viridian Mist. She noticed that we were scrying and she threatened me, and I terminated the spell. We then started to travel around in your fair elven woad, looking for the domicile of said dragon, the Viridian Mist. We were then waylaid by a troop of your wardens and Princess Guard and Princess Teese, who I recognized immediately as the woman that I had seen in that scrying spell. And that means this woman was the Viridian Mist, which she soon proved herself to be when Godric, our fair paladin, attacked her, knowing that she was evil, with his special abilities to know when shit be evil. And she turned in to one of the most horrifying sights that I have ever seen. An evil, vile green dragon. And her guards, supposedly the peaceful elves of Solomon, all of a sudden turned against us, even though they had seen the transformation of this princess into this vile creature. They seemed to be under some sort of spell. And so we attempted as best we could to not strike them with lethal force, as we were hoping this spell would dissipate when the dragon was slain. But it seems the dragon did not care about these fair elven folk, and smote them down just as hard as she had planned to smite us down. But we were able to best this dragon. Bort, our half-orc friend, dealt some of the deadliest blows, and I feel that he was instrumental in slaying this evil dragon that had somehow infiltrated your ranks. They can be the smartest creatures on earth, you must understand. It is a very scary experience, and I'm glad we were able to best the Viridian Mist, who unfortunately, and my condolences to you, did happen to be a member of your noble class in hiding. I step away.
At that,
Oh, diplomacy. Can I roll a diplomacy for that whole thing?
sure.
Throw
Oh,
a
20 on the die, baby. 39. That's a 39. No, wait, that is a 49. That is a 49.
so somewhere in there he tells him, "You can't handle the truth."
So you finish that,
49. Sorry.
and Prince Garanthal, supposedly Princess Teese's husband, like stands up and raises his hand and says, "This is ridiculous. You expect me to believe that I would not know my own wife is a dragon?" And at that point, you see several of the court kind of like look over at him and be like, you're basically reading on their faces, "Yeah, she fucking was, dude." That says not great things about you. The Cerilius makes another sort of odd, deep tone and says, "Bring forth the hide," which had been confiscated when you entered the city, and you see like 5 elven guard pulling out and stretching out this big green dragon hide, and the Doyen Qualia de Severa goes over and casts a spell on it, and turns back to the Cerilius and says, according to my divinations, this did belong to Princess Tisa. And everyone, give me sense motive.
9.
16.
13.
13 as well.
14.
Sir?
You see yokai really lightens up,
Yeah.
brightens up on his face when they unfurl that skin.
Okay. So there's one person over a 15. Who was that? Dakota?
I was
Okay.
16.
All right. So the rest of you are basically getting the impression that, you know, the court's kind of recognizing the truth of the matter here. Dakota, you're seeing more of like Garanthal is deflated. You know, the other prince and princess standing beside him seem amused at his misfortune. And the high priest, the doyen, they're both sort of embarrassed on the part of elves in general. That, you know, but particularly embarrassed of Garanthal. The Cerilius is wearing a mask. You can't read his expression at all. And surprisingly, well, or maybe not surprisingly, the Lord and Lady seem to have been stone-faced and unreadable this entire time too. They're just listening quietly and stoically. Aelorn also seems to be maintaining a very stoic appearance.
You said Garanthal was her husband?
Yes.
Okay.
The Cerilius calls for Kira Talassa to be brought forward. And he asks her, you know, what is your account on the matter of Princess Tis? She basically recounts what she said to Dakota earlier and corroborates your story. The Cerilius, the judge, turns back towards you and says, on the matter of Princess Tis, it appears that your account is true. On the matter of Noril, I suggest that your account is more accurate and less dramatic.
I am not 100% sure that I possess less drama, but I will try as hard as I may to play it down a little bit.
Too late.
Your intent to deceive, the emotional appeal, is not beyond our understanding. And
I have
is
no intent
not
to deceive
appreciated
anyone.
by the court.
Noted. I have rolled.
Oh. From one to the other.
Yeah, I was thinking
4.
earlier when you rolled that natural 20, I was like, I would have liked that on the next case.
So the way I understand diplomacy is that, I mean, I'm not going to be lying to him,
You
but
broke
maybe
your
I
tongue.
just miss the whole no drama thing.
So So that would be a what with a -10?
A -10 would be a 9.
A 9. Okay.
So with that, I spake thusly. Upon the defeat of the dragon, Bort Sizemore, the half-orc that stands next to me, his blood, his orcish blood, boiling with the victory in battle against this evil, vile entity, desired the spoils of battle. Now, regardless of anyone's opinion on what that means, it meant something to him. And what he did is he approached one of the fallen elves who only moments before had been trying to end his life completely, and took a suit of mithril armor. One of the surviving, I believe Neril, one of the surviving wardens saw that. And let's keep in mind that this surviving warden had moments before been trying to end Bort's life completely. This warden took objection to the taking of that mithril armor and mentioned to Bort that he should put it back. Bort took offense to this, and Mirak backed up Bort. Mirak then asked me, myself, to create a pit. Now, I admit I was not fully paying attention to this situation, so lost was I on what we had just done. So I created this pit, not knowing what would happen in the pit. In that pit, Bort stabbed that poor elf warden to death over a suit of armor. That is quite unacceptable. And we do not try to deceive or pretend that that didn't happen or sweep it under the rug. Our only defense in this matter is that moments before, all of the elves that we now understood to have been previously under a spell had moments before been trying to completely end our lives. And several of them were killed by the very dragon, that evil, vile being that they were defending. I cannot defend his actions. I can only say that Bort was instrumental in the slaying of this terrible, vile, and evil beast. And without him, she would still be an infiltratee of this court, because we could not have vanquished her without him. If you must punish him, we understand, but we ask that he be allowed to survive, and in doing so, be an emblem for the defense of Solomon in the future. And I offer our services, as good as they may be or as bad as you may find them, in defense of Solomon. And we cannot function without our right arm, and that right arm is Bort Sizemore. We killed a dragon for you. We then murdered a warden. That's all I got.
Largo, Dilgo, Zarn, Mick, Triolaton, Yasmat, Dizentry. Your testimony has been received and is primarily found immaterial. Please be silent for the rest of the proceedings.
That is unfortunate. When I sit down.
Cool.
Bort Sizemore. Speak on your own behalf. Why did you kill Norrell?
Oh no.
Well,
I asked.
they were trying to kill us. There's this big fucking dragon, evil as shit, breathing all over us, poison as hell. And they were
the High Priest of Payana raises her hand and says, Cerilius, a moment. And he raises his hand towards you to suggest you to stop speaking. And the High Priestess says, I would like to cast Zone of Truth on the half-orc. Mr. Riley says, go ahead. And then he turns to you and says, do not resist the spell.
I'm standing here in your court. I'm not resisting anything here.
And at that point, the high priestess of Payana casts Zone of Truth on you. Do you resist the spell?
I'm standing here in your court. I'm not resisting anything. I'm here of my own free will. Okay.
I'm just saying, you know, the DM is asking you if you roll a will save.
No, I don't. I'm good.
All right.
He's planning on giving you the full truth anyway.
All right. So, you know, at this point, you cannot lie.
Yeah. Your evil ass princess turned into a dragon, and she mind controlled all of your elves that were so susceptible to mind control that they tried to murder us, and then we murdered them. And I tried to take that murdered elf shirt, who the dragon actually murdered. And then this other elf who'd just been trying to murder me was like, I will murder you if you don't stop taking that shirt. So I stabbed him. And then I gave his shirt back to his dead friend. After we went to this crazy, fucked up afterlife place. I hate my dad.
Not as bad as I thought. That was good. That was that. I thought that was gonna be. I thought that was gonna be it.
I like it.
The Cerilius turns to Mirok, who I'm assuming is standing next to Bort.
Yep.
You'd also be in the Zone of Truth. Have
Yep.
You resist it?
No, I accept the full cone of truth.
Okay. He turns to you and says, Mirok Slatebelt, you stand accused as an accessory to this murder.
Mm.
According to the testimony of your ally Largo, who is also accessory in the creation of some sort of arcane pit wherein this murder took place. What is your account?
To the right honorable Cyrillus, and may it please the court, Mirok Slatebelt's account is as follows. On regard to the gnome Largo, he is an incredible orator and a wonderful member of this group, but in the heat of battle, Bort and myself berated him until he created a pit, not knowing what the pit was for. So on that account, I cannot consider him an accessory myself. In regard to Norrell's life was forfeit in the eyes of Mirok the minute he disregarded the customs of the battlefield and the bounty therein. His pride was ours in the pit, and Norrell was killed by Bort and my own gesticulations and yelling at him for a shirt of a man long dead. I don't deny any of that. In the moments that came after this event, moments that I must stress.
Do you feel a tinge of pain when you say long dead?
Sure, I'm not. Yeah.
You're
Feels
like,
relative.
of a man who just died.
Sure. Okay. Man who just died. Now I want to stress in the moments that came after this event, moments that felt like months to us. I now realize that it was not a half-orc killing an elf, but it was life consuming life. And that is a stain upon myself that this court cannot absolve me of. It is a stain I will carry into this next plane. That's his truthful recollection.
The the Doyen, the divination wizard, raises her hand and says, if it pleases the court, and the Cerilius nods to her, and she steps forward and says, Largo, Bort, Mirok, if one of you were mind controlled by an enemy, would you then see each other as an enemy, would you then slay one of the others? And would you then take one of your allies' belongings as your own just by the nature of them being mind controlled?
Objection, circumstantial.
So like these people weren't our friends to
Yeah,
begin
we have
with.
no- we-
They
we
rolled
never
up
met them.
trying to
Yeah.
murk us in cold blood.
Unfair
False
question.
equivalency you make.
So then
Yeah.
you consider the elves an enemy of yours.
No.
That's leading.
Your words, not mine, you slippery elf.
Yeah. Objection, leading. We consider no elves enemies. We consider enemies enemies.
We
And
have
in
one of
that
your
moment,
citizens in our party.
They tried to murder me.
Say, look, we were on a mission to find a dragon, and we did that. It was after the fact. It had no intention that it was the princess. It was a surprise to us as much as any. And with her controlling the guard, we tried to not kill them. We tried to find a way around it, but we could not. And as a matter of fact, it seems that she knew that them being alive was against her best interest because she slew the most of them. What happened afterwards, I attribute to the ferocity of war, the blood within our veins boiling, and it is definitely not a good thing. It is not right. But considering the circumstances, you need to take that into account.
The Doyen nods to Dakuda and says, so then, as you stated, and as Largo stated, in the heat of battle, you were of sound enough mind to recognize that these elves were probably under duress and should not be slain. But once the dragon was destroyed and the spell was lifted and they were of their own mind and no longer attacking you, that is when Mr. Sizemore slew one of ours in cold blood. So you were aware that they were under duress, you were aware that they were charmed, and you had made precautions prior to that during the heat of battle.
This
But
is a
afterwards-
difference. This is a difference of culture, and it is probably to most of us something that we just would not take into account.
This
Taking
crime-
a trophy
this
from
crime
somebody
was committed
slain.
in Elven lands. Culture is not what is at question here. Law is.
Yes, and I can not speak for anybody but myself. But for our half-orc friend here, it is known and expected to take a trophy from somebody you fought. And I am sure that you guys, half-orcs and elves, are not on the best of terms in the first place. So I see no reason for him to having to respect you just so.
However, according to Largo's story, there was no fighting the Elven captain who Bort relinquished the armor from. He was slain immediately upon the princess turning into a dragon. So that at no point in time had Bort entered combat with the individual from who he stole the property.
May I speak, Your Honor?
The Cerilius turns towards you and says, you have one more opportunity. Do not make any more emotional appeals.
With a 33 diplomacy, I speak thusly. The Bort did not make combat with the captain of the Wardens. The captain of the Wardens did, however, make combat with Bort and fell in battle as a foe. That is all I have to say.
The Cerilius waits for a moment, and turns to Garanthal, who is now like sort of sitting and is kind of like folded in on himself. He's very quiet and downcast. And the Cerilius says, "Prince Garanthal, do you have any further questions?" And the prince just shakes his head, doesn't say anything. Inquisitors, and he looks down at the high priests and the Doyen. Do you have any further inquisition? And they look at you guys, turn back, and shake their head no. And then he stands, turns his back to you guys, looks up at the Lord and Lady, bows, and says, "Lord and Lady, do you have any further questions? Or would you like to make any statement for the court to consider?" And they look at each other and look back down to the Cerilius and shake their heads no. And the Cerilius turns back and says, "Then the judgment seems to be plain. The court finds that Bort Sizemore is guilty of cold-blooded murder and finds that Mirok Slatebelt is an accessory to this murder. There is insufficient evidence to suppose that Largo," he says your whole fucking name, I'm not going to say it, "is not necessarily an accessory to this murder. And on the matter of the slaying of Princess Teese, you are all absolved, as the nature of her true being is material in that death. That being the case for Bort Sizemore and Mirok Slatebelt, the sentence shall be death." And at this point, Alorn, "Excuse me, if it please the court, may I speak?" And the Cerilius turns to Alorn, and like the three inquisitors, the two high priests and the Doyen, are put out by this. Obviously, they're just, oh god. The Lord seems to smirk. The lady just kind of looks to him, seems stoic. And the two princes and princess just kind of like turn their attention, but don't have any recognizable emotion on their face. And Alorn says, "I know that the court is not fond of drama, but perhaps the flair for a dramatic might be excused in a request for a trial by fire." And the Cerilius says, "Archlord, what do you have in mind?" And Alorn responds with, "We have a matter that we have not been able to handle within the city. Wouldn't hurt to send them in and see if they could solve it for us. And perhaps if they can do us this service, we can allow for an indiscretion." And at this, Lady Mathalis speaks up. First time either the Lord or Lady spoke up. And says, "You think that they would be capable of handling that sort of a situation?" And Alorn says, "Well, maybe not, but they seem to be stuck right now between a rock and a hard place, and perhaps they're more willing to take a gamble then deal with the certainty of 2 of theirs being summarily executed. The Cerilius turns up towards the Lord and Lady and says, "This is beyond my station to judge. If the Lord and Lady wish to," what's the word for that? I forget the legal term where you change a judgment. But he uses that word because he knows this better than I do. Then that is up to you.
Commute.
Commute. If the Lord and Lady wish to commute the sentence, then that is your judgment, and it is above me to decide. And the 2 of them look towards each other, lean in, and whisper a little bit. If anyone wants to make a perception check to suss out that whisper, good fucking luck.
22.
25.
500.
29.
Dakota, you want to give me an actual number?
No, I don't. I'm not gonna.
I did roll a 20 on the die. I'm just saying.
Oh, so you rolled a 20, so that's a
Yeah.
39.
Yeah, but I have a -1.
Okay, so that's a so it's a 29. Okay. All right. So yeah, Saruk, you barely hear a little bit of this whisper. And basically the lady says, "I don't know if we can open ourselves up to this sort of this information to outsiders." And the Lord says, "They'll probably die. But if they don't, then I think the service done to Solomon will be greater than the question of whether or not that information goes beyond elven ears." And that's most of what you catch. There's a little bit more back and forth after that. You get the impression it's mostly just them like disagreeing with each other and going back and forth a bit.
This is dangerous, but worth it.
And then they turn and address Aelorn and say, "Their sentence is commuted. Archlord Aelorn Volsaren, you are to carry it out." And they nod to the Cerilius, and the Cerilius says, "Court is adjourned." And people start filing out, leaving you guys alone in there with Aelorn. Is there anything you guys want to do as all of this motion and movement takes place?
I would like to ask the high priestess for a holy symbol.
Hey, I know we were just on trial for murder, but can I get one of your relics?
Not me. I was on trial for murder of a dragon. And that's all. I brought the evidence. That's all.
As the eager looking sentencer from my first sentence exits the court, I blow him a kiss.
I shake Aelorn's hand and say, "Thank you, my friend."
I just give Largo a big old metal hug. You did a good job.
Yeah, very good.
So, Yokai, you try to get the attention of the High Priestess of Payana, and she looks at you. You start to request something. Hey, can I? And she just turns away and doesn't want anything to do with it at all.
Shoulder of coldness.
Aelorn says, "Don't thank me yet. I may have just sentenced all of you to death instead of 2 of you."
Okay.
Still, your intervention, sir, was much appreciated, and it humbles me to know of your concern.
What are we up against?
The city of Solomon is not built, it is grown. You see, everything around you has been grown from the ground, from trees, all of our walls, all of our roofs, everything has been carefully cultivated to grow from the ground, and the entire city is a living creature or series of creatures. We've been able to do this via the oversight of a single powerful individual, an Ent Lord. But in the last several years, something has happened to him, and he has grown corrupt and dark. The orchard in the center of the city, he has always taken care of and grown saplings there that we could use in the construction of the rest of the city. But now it has been walled off and sealed. And this secret has been kept from the rest of the city, and definitely from people without. Because directly under our nose, the architect of our entire nation has fallen to some form of corruption. And this is not information we want to share to the outside world. While he's remained imprisoned in that central courtyard, in that orchard, we are not content with him just remaining in prison. We need him pacified. Now, we would prefer that his corruption be rooted out, and that this being who has been part of our city for thousands of years remain central to the existence of Solomon. But if push comes to shove, destroying him may be necessary.
I'm familiar with this walled off area, right? Like before, how big is the garden?
I described it earlier, about 200 feet across, the circle in the center of the city. There's like a small, like an orchard in there. You've never been in.
Okay.
It's never been of interest to you. And generally speaking, like it's where this extremely powerful treant lives. And it's not like a garden where people can wander through. It's his own personal space, and he doesn't really care for anybody else invading it. Even when he was a good entity. At this point, he's obviously not.
These elves got evil princess dragons. They got evil trees. They got shitty judges.
Yeah.
It's all fucked up here, Dakuta.
Yeah, hometowns. Alorn, has anybody tried making contact with him? I mean, what do we know right now? Nothing?
There was an initial attempt to figure out what was going on with him, to try to help him recover his sanity. He slaughtered everyone we sent in. What they will not tell you is that in all likelihood, you are stronger individuals than most of those who exist in this city. I myself was not willing to go in because by myself, I do not feel like I would be enough. But a small group like yours might spread out the attention enough that most of you would survive. With some careful planning, perhaps all of you could survive.
Would you like to join us in this venture?
No.
Damn it.
How about
Even
your
if
big,
I
fast,
did-
tough friend there?
Even if I did, the sentence has been commuted to you.
Yeah.
Not me.
So, can you give us hard dimensions on this treant? What does it look like?
Hey, oh, there's a guy.
Sorry, guys.
Fuck you.
Oh, good. Family
I-
comes first.
My nephew's
This
asleep. I wanted to catch at least some of the game.
That's
Nice.
great. Our sentences were commuted.
But, yeah.
Mirek wants to ask the Archmage, what does this treant look like? Where its dimensions, weaknesses, how does it fight? Like, if we have to kill this thing?
It is a treant. It is about 25, 30 feet tall. Massive, extremely powerful with its physical attacks. Normally, I would tell you that treants are vulnerable to fire. Big surprise, a thing made out of wood. However, according to the 2 survivors that came out when we sent in someone to attempt to pacify him, he was using fire as a weapon. I
Fascinating.
do not feel that vulnerability would still exist.
And is it, as we walked by this secluded walled off grove, I saw many trees. Is this treant able to control them, or is it just a central tree in the area?
Treants are generally capable of animating other trees to function as themselves.
And how do they do this? Do they do this through the root system?
Magic.
I'm trying to figure out if it's audio. Like, does it speak?
I don't think that there's any way that you would be able to interrupt or stop it from happening.
Okay, cool.
Hey, Lauren, is there any way you can think that maybe a weakness or something it has that might aid us in being able to subdue it? Is there anything about treants? I mean, if we're going to not kill him, we have to subdue him somehow to figure out what this rotting force is in order to purge it from him. Is there anything you can think? A spell, an item, anything that might help us in purging him of this, so we don't have to even try killing him.
If I had known that, if I knew, then perhaps I would have been able to undertake this myself. I've tried on numerous times to scry upon him, to divine some information about him, and everything I've done has met with some sort of blockage, with some manifestation of obscuring magic. Something, if not himself, is protecting him from being divined upon. So I'm sorry, I do not have. The only thing I can tell you is, whereas normally he would be vulnerable to fire, if he's using fire as a weapon, then I assume that vulnerability is no longer in effect.
Maybe we can try some invisible scouting ahead, see if there's another individual involved. Whoa.
I would strongly suggest you figure out how to pacify and return him to his uncorrupted state.
Yeah.
That would give you a significant amount of leverage in making an ally of Solomon.
Yes.
You just destroy him, then you will be able to leave the city alive, but perhaps not even you will be allowed to return.
Yes, that's why I'm trying to think of some weakness. I mean, fighting a huge tree, it's not like we can grapple him.
Can we, Archmage, are we allowed to study and reconnoiter things and return to the city? Does this have to be done immediately? Because there's some resources that are outside the city we could use.
Probably resources inside the city we could use.
I'm just trying to see if we can leave.
Ow.
The sentence for execution was to be carried out immediately. I don't think that the commuting of the sentence would change the timetable.
So we have to literally
Perhaps-
leave this courthouse and go straight there.
I would imagine you'd be allowed to at least have until tomorrow, but leaving the city would not be. I know that in some human areas they have this concept of bail. We don't have that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not a good concept.
And being released on your own recognizance, they're not going to go for that either.
You could release us on our own kebabness. I'm starving.
Get my
no,
cracker.
Just no response to that.
No.
No response to that.
Hand you a ration.
Uh,
I say let's go.
well, we at least, of course, need to rest for the day or something. But do we have any kind of plan?
We should get
For-
our fucking weapons back.
Well, yeah,
We'd like to maybe be healed if that would be possible.
yeah, for sure. All that stuff needs to happen, but a plan also would be.
It's a big, sick, evil tree. It's
Right.
evil because it's sick.
Yeah.
How big? It's 30 feet tall.
Is there? Well,
It's
so we got
old and
two
it's
things.
angry and it's crotchety.
We've got a massive tree to fight / subdue, and then we also have this rotting force that might be taking over it. Do we have? I mean, if we were trying to purge it rather than defeat it, we would have to either one, figure out what is affecting him without engaging him, or we would have to subdue him and then check him out. I don't have any idea how we could subdue a.
Does it have a mouth?
He says, hold on. And he takes a step back and looks at the room, looks at the ceiling, kind of does some mental calculations and casts major illusion and creates an illusion of the treant. Does not appear to have a mouth.
Does it have a butt?
No.
If it has either, it still probably would not function the same way as ours.
I mean, trees.
Druidic.
What do they do? They've got roots. They breathe. They drink.
My
They don't
only
have butts.
reference for a big sick tree is the forest temple in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. So I thought we were going to have to send Largo inside to fight some spiders on its walls.
I mean, it might be that.
I'm
had-
gonna roll a knowledge, either Arcana or Nature. I have both trained, and figure out corrupting forces on treants. Possible corrupting forces, sources of corruption on treants.
Okay, give me a knowledge nature and a knowledge arcana.
Okay. My knowledge nature is 25. My knowledge arcana is 13.
Okay. Nothing stands out as a possible corrupting force that would be endemic or appropriate to treants in particular.
I've got. Oh, sorry.
As far as, like there's all kinds of shit that can corrupt things, negative energy, mental control, extraplanar diseases, lots of things.
I tried.
Ask Alorn, are there any caves, tunnels, catacombs below that area?
No.
Damn it. Okay. Guess, shit. I'm just trying
Well,
to think how you subdue a Trent. You would have
I-
to,
Reaches. If any of you guys can make any of us big.
yeah.
trees
Thank you.
seem highly susceptible to axes.
And fire.
Yeah, well, in this one, not fire. One thing is if we could somehow topple it, if we could think of a plan to topple it and then hold it down in some way,
I could crouch down behind it, and you could
push it,
and then you
push it.
could use
I
some
like
sort
that.
of shape, stone shape, wood shape.
Largo, you do have at least enough knowledge about, treants to realize that like tripping them or knocking them over is nearly impossible, as every time they move, every time they take a step, their feet basically root them. Like their feet are made of roots, and they dig into the ground with every step that they take. They're exceptionally hard to knock over.
They're not gonna fall over, boys. It's not
What-
gonna fall over.
What about something that affects the ground? I don't know. I don't
A
know.
pit?
I mean, I've got create
A
pit. I'm
pit
sure
and
I'll
a
be using
levitate
it. but-
at the same time. Pull them up off the ground. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud here.
Do you have? There's a weight restriction on levitate. I think. I just wonder how heavy this thing's gonna be.
Given the size and dimensions of the illusion that Alorn created to show you, like you're figuring 10, 15 tons. He's a big guy.
So we can't levitate it. We're not gonna be able to move it. I would be interested in getting someone in the tree, like to the top of the tree. We need to definitely, anyone who can fly needs to be flying.
Does it have eyes? Does
That's a
it
good-
see?
It's a good question.
How does it perceive?
Even if it does, they probably don't function the same as ours. It's not like, well, I don't know, maybe.
I'm sorry. Did anyone ask? Is this like Treebeard in a way?
Exactly like Treebeard.
It's an ent. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same mythos. That's where it came from, is Tolkien. The treant.
What did they call them in that? They didn't call them treants. They called them what?
They call them
Yeah.
Ents, yeah.
Ents. Did they call them that in Lord of the Rings?
And yeah.
Oh.
There's another name. You're right. There's another name that they're referred to in the Silmarillion. It might be an elven name, but yeah, Ents they are referred to in Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
And you guys, with knowledge nature, might have heard of treants before, but they refer to this as an ent lord, which you assume means something more.
It's thousands of years old and built the entire elf city.
I've got a nature 16
Yeah,
before
we're
rolling. I
thinking-
mean,
Can
is
I
there
roll
any-
for that?
A lot
Sorry,
going
say
on.
again? Dakota?
I said I have a nature 16 before my roll. I didn't know if there's
You
anything.
have ones in nature?
Yeah, I've got max nature.
Okay. So that would be what total?
If I roll, I've got a 16 starting, so rolling, I rolled a 20,
Okay,
so that's like 46.
okay. And what are you asking?
I'm trying to understand the nature of the Trent in a way we can't physically, without just outright trying to kill it. I'm trying to think of some way to either subdue it or to understand how it's being taken over.
Okay, well, I mean, you need to examine it to like
Okay.
understand what the nature of the corruption is. You have, give me a knowledge arcana check.
14. 32.
Okay. So your primary concepts of you want to add an action die on that?
Sure. Yeah. I already lost one, so use one. I've got one
That was
left.
a joke.
I know.
Okay, well, roll the d6.
Oh. A 1. I had one.
Okay.
It is what it is.
So you're trying to figure out here, like there's a couple of possibilities for corruption. Enchantment, something is mind controlling it, or some other way of like just forcing it to act differently than it normally does. Demonic possession, devilish possession, some sort of necromantic or rot decay sort of thing. Of all of those, the only thing you could think would lend it towards some sort of a fire aspect would be demonic.
True.
Enchantment would not grant it some sort of elemental ability.
Yeah.
Necromantic would lean it towards negative energy, not fire. And devilish would probably point it towards cold or acid. Only demonic would suggest fire.
So, I pass along this insight to the team, and I don't know, Godric, and our clerics, what kind of magic circle-ish kind of stuff, or planar. What's that spell to get rid of banishment? Something along those lines. If this kind of stuff might help us.
Banish seems like a good idea.
Circles are also pretty good too.
And also not just be coming in, but then detect undead on this tree. Is that a thing that could
You
be?
can attempt it.
Yeah, that's interesting. An undead tree. It'd be a willow.
You could attempt it, but you'd actually have to be within 30 feet of it to use that ability.
No, I'm sorry.
Full, right?
Is it not at will?
Yeah, it's at will, but it's got a range.
Did you say that they built a wall around this garden area?
It has been in walled. You pass this wall. The wall is about 20 feet tall.
Yeah, I would suggest maybe some different kinds of espionage and not scrying, but detections.
I think
Before
we
we go
just
full
gotta go
force.
for it. I think we go full
Just
force.
go full force.
I think a pit and
Yeah.
a sword got us into this mess, and a
Sure.
pit and a sword are gonna get us out.
You guys,
Told you that he has been incapable of divining anything on it.
Yeah.
So you're fairly certain that if he was unsuccessful, you're not suddenly going to be able to break through.
Well, there's a difference between divining and detecting. We could detect alignments and magic and stuff. Divining, well,
Right.
could-
I'm just like, you're talking about reconnaissance prior to engaging, and all of those detections would be within 60 feet. So,
well, I was considering at least myself flying invisible, with at least to detect magic, but I'm thinking we could probably use more than that. Like, I don't know.
hey, coming in a little bit late. Do you guys just want Uhtred to stick his head in and see what happens?
Yeah.
And it's a
That sounds
big
great.
like central area. It's like a park. I think we just
Yeah.
gotta go in there.
Let's get in there.
Yeah, you're fairly certain that the nature of this situation is when you're ready, they're gonna put you all in there.
Right.
That this isn't like you're not gonna have a lot of time to manipulate and go around and do a lot of stuff here.
Right.
You have
Okay.
one day, and you're probably, and I'll even say Alorn has clarified this. You have one day, and you have, you will be sequestered until you're ready to go in.
I try to talk Godric into some healing.
Well, just differentiation of spell choices could make a big difference in this. That's what I'm thinking. I've got a couple, and I don't know about the clerics and paladins if they can choose differently, but
Godric tells you that his spell choices are extremely limited, and the other two casters you have don't have spell choices.
well, I got at least, and I don't normally have choice, but I got at least a couple I would like to, I'd like to do some study, or I could actually just probably talk with Alorn. What are some spells that I can use possibly if this is demonic or extra planar that might help us? And I explain some of the skills I've learned past working with him, like the Paragon Surge, where I can get a couple spells on my own, and also he might be able to show me a spell that I could use with my new ring power to store that might be of use. Other than that, I would want to start looking through my spell book, or I don't have a spell book, but start looking through spells of something to fill those slots that would be useful.
As far as what I have prepared today that I could show you that might be of some use to you. I don't know if I have anything that would be of value. The only thing I could suggest is I have aura sight, so you'd be able to know what sort of aura he is projecting. It's more powerful than your normal detect spells. It would work at 120 feet. Other than
What level
that,
is that? Is that above me?
that's level 3.
Okay.
Other than that, I assume you already know Dispel Magic.
Mm-hmm. That won't. Will Dispel Magic dispel? It
I don't
doesn't
know.
banish.
I don't know.
Oh,
Banish would be significantly higher than I think you have the capability of.
right. Is there a lower level magic circle kind of spell for demons or extra planar? Seems like there's a number of ones that are similar in binding.
The problem would be having him stay in a place where you could cast the circle around him. And also would be in you being a powerful enough caster to overwhelm his ability to resist it.
That's true. He's got to be legendary. I don't know how we're going to do this.
The pit and a sword.
Are we all in agreement? Are we all in agreement that we need not to kill this entity, but bring it back to its normal?
Yeah, I think we
self?
only try to kill it when it's really fucking us up.
That's why I'm trying to find some avenue other than. I mean,
I just don't think we're gonna find this avenue outside of the arena with it.
well, I mean, it's worth a try at least before we go in there, especially with spell choices. It's worth it. It's worth looking into.
I think we get in there and let Utra talk.
That's cool.
So,
Oh yeah,
and
your axe is now magic. more so than it was.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
we
that's
get-
right. Yeah, when you rage, your axe rages with you. It goes from +1 to +3. I think is what it was. Was there more
Correct.
to it?
That's it.
Yeah.
Well,
So when you're raging, you have a +2 to hit and a +2 to damage.
thank you.
And I think it's important to remember, right, that this is, we're going to have to weaken this thing no matter what. So even if we, we're going in there, we don't want to kill it. We're going to have to fight it. And
Yeah.
we're going to have to grievously wound it in order to bring it to a state where relieving it of its corruption will even be possible.
Maybe a bunch of ropes and stakes. I don't know. All right.
It's huge, right? Not large when we saw it.
Yeah, I think he said 30 feet tall. That's huge, right?
Sounds
Aelorn.
Let's go find this big dirty tree.
Aelorn, does it have a domicile within the circle? Or is the circle truly its domicile, or does it have a central area, a roost, if you will?
It's the entire orchard is its home.
So it doesn't have like a particular, like a bed or a place where it goes that it's, okay.
When it rests, it looks just like a tree. And you would be surprised at how deftly it can disappear in its own orchard, despite it being as massive as it is. If it does not want you to recognize it as a treant, you will probably only see a tree.
Can I ask a question real quick too? I know the Fey people, does the Fey shield have any effect on finding this tree or this entity at all?
It's not Fey in any way.
Okay, thank you.
The immediate mute. Oh, thank you.
If I hold up this shield made out of wood, will that make it happy? No.
Unmuted. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Yeah, I think we
Unfortunately, neither do I.
I'm just looking through spells. Go ahead.
Yeah, because we want this to go well, because this is Scott's home, so we'd like him to come home and work out his daddy issues.
The day prior that we have, does Godric heal? Is Godric able to heal me of the 18 points?
Yeah.
All right. I don't want to worry about that once we're in there.
Godric had a stroke.
A stroke of genius.
I'm ready to go. I
Let's
don't know
do
about
it.
everybody who's not looking at the screen.
I'm looking
I
at
said-
spells, but I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm looking at spells too, but you guys go ahead as
And
far as
we're ready.
directing it.
I don't have spells. I got all my arrows back. I'm just waiting
You
for
got
somebody
arrow
to point
spells.
me at it.
I got an axe. I'm ready to rock and roll.
All right, let's fucking go. We're going.
Okay, one thing, if you have like an effective potion, I have no more potions for my sweet custom made potion delivering arrows. I'm just saying.
Good point. Aelorn, before we go, do you have any healing balms, potions, potions of this, potions of that, any scrolls that you'd be willing to give us? We'll take anything. I can use magic device. Any wands?
I enjoy a good potion.
I was not sentenced.
Yeah, this is on us.
So I'm just asking because it would be foolish not to.
Any material effort I make to aid you would would be considered tampering with the sentence of the court.
It's like him
Oh.
giving us a Raquel Welch poster to dig out of jail with. We
I
gotta
What
just
if-
fucking go.
I can give you as much information as I have, but if
I already
sit
got that.
there bearing my magic or my belongings or my material wealth, then I am participating in a way that would be outside the judgment of the court.
Heard. Yeah,
Let's
send us in
dance.
there. Let's do it.
Let's party.
We are leaving.
All right, so you guys are heading out to do this bright and early in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
We have rested completely, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a couple spells I want to get.
Okay.
Bright and
Can
early.
All right. I'm just gonna go one by one. Bort, is there anything you want to do in preparation that I need to know about? All of your weapons and stuff have been returned to you.
You know, some jumping jacks, a little light stretching. Just yeah.
You're surprised with how quickly you can do the jumping jacks. Like there's a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
That belt is pretty fucking sweet.
Doing some dagger juggling, doing a little like dexterity sort of a show
Sarah,
off.
Anything?
Who?
No. Saruk, anything?
Can't
No.
keep fondling this braid. So
Kuda?
I fucking hate your character.
Yeah. For my ring spell, I'm going to put in the aura sight that Alorn was going to show me.
Okay.
And I'm looking up right now. I'm going to probably do the Paragon Surge for a couple third level or a fourth level, but I want to look through the rest of these before I say what they are. And then whenever it is right before we go in to the area, I will cast Mage Armor. That's all I need to state.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yokai, I assume you're good to go.
That's a good point. I'm gonna edit mine real quick. I'm also gonna cast Align Weapon Communal on the party to align it against evil evil entities.
Okay,
Before we go
so
on.
you're gonna align everyone's weapon as good.
If I can, I don't know.
Yeah, this one, it would be really nice. I know I'd hate it, but it'd be nice if we could find out first if it's an evil demonic thing. But
I think
if
we just gotta
not,
roll the dice.
but if not, I already mentioned that it might be a demonic force. So yeah, choose along those lines. Fire, evil.
Mm-hmm. So that's
stuff.
1 minute per level. And it just says objects touch. So I'm thinking like Knights of the Round Table, swords in.
I'll be right back.
And in the case of a bow and arrow, it's 50 projectiles.
Okay. Well, it could be projectiles or it could be the bow.
Okay, cool.
In the case that you only had one casting of it, you could cast it on 50 projectiles and then hand 10 arrows out to 5 different people.
Okay.
But
Well, I do that before we go on.
how many can you hit with the communal?
Doesn't specify. Just says minutes per level, so I assume I can get everybody. As long as it's not like a free, hand weapon.
Right, but you can share it out in 1 minute increments. So if you give it to everybody, then everybody's got it for 1 minute.
Okay. Then I don't do that.
You did get a strong impression that of all the weapons that you have at your disposal, an axe is going to be the most useful against a creature made out of wood.
Noted.
Damn right it is.
Swords and blunt weapons and stuff are just not going to have the weight behind them to chop down a tree. Hint. So if you did want to align a weapon, probably want to align Uhtred's axe.
Noted.
And then can I follow off that? Just make sure, are all my weapons back and I have everything after Purgatory?
Yep.
I still have a war axe as well, Mirok.
Okay.
If you need something.
No, I won't be doing any attacking.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. There's yokai around somewhere.
And Otis isn't with us, right?
Now Otis is back in Penrose.
Right.
Aaron, are you with us?
I
Yokai?
think he said he'd be back.
Okay.
Sorry, I was muted. I could hear everything.
All right. All right, cool. So you ready to go in on this?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Dan, do you know there's lunge, but isn't there another one I can take, like 2 combat feats, so that it gives me an extra 10 feet? Like,
I don't think so.
there is, but I can't remember. It's fine. It's like monkey lunge or something.
Okay. So with that, you guys notify the city guard that you're ready. The High Warden comes to escort you with a similar circle of guards as they walk you through the what you call it, the Sycamore quarter back into the central hub and to the north gate to the city orchard. And they ask you if you are prepared, and that once they open the doors and you enter, they will close and lock them behind you.
Great.
Let's do this thing.
On the battle.
Just hear Largo going, shanna-na-na-na-na-na-nee.
Na-na-na-na-na-nee.
Welcome to the jungle.
All right. So, how do you guys want to arrange yourselves as you enter into the orchard?
I think I should be at the back.
I think I should be at the front. Mirak, you still lifelink to me?
Yeah, you can go very far away from me before that breaks.
All right, I'm trap spotting. They're fast reflexing.
All right, Mirok and Bort are life linked. I'm going to be near Largo.
Smart.
All right, well, I've got Bort in the front, and I got Mirok in the back.
I would like
Largo?
I would like to be if Mirok and Bort are the bottom of an isosceles triangle, I would like to be the top.
Ooh,
A
that's so
sideways
sexy.
facing isosceles triangle. One square further.
You
Thank you.
equilateral liar.
I mean, if we're going to be critical about it.
And Uhtred, where do you want to be?
I would like to be placed anywhere in a perimeter where I can protect him from any angle.
We should need like a Bjorn.
Towards the front, protecting him like that?
But as long as I can protect him from any other, like any direction.
You want to carry him in your pocket?
Well, you know, like,
You have to be on one side of him, man. You can't be on all sides of him at the same time.
well, like I can be to the left or to the right, like protecting.
Wants to straddle him.
Pick one.
I
Yeah,
reduce.
Right, to the right. I mean, does it? As long as I'm in front of him protecting.
Okay. Is that good?
I can't see, but yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
All right. Well, can you see now? You're here.
Yep.
Margo's
Yep.
there.
Yep.
Is that good? Okay. Saruk, where you want to be?
Let's be up against that tree. Yeah.
Okay, Yokai.
All right. All right. I would like to be 10 feet in front of Mirok, just going to the outside of that wing that people are not on. I can't see the map. It just disappeared.
So on the right hand side of Mirok, 10 feet in front of him.
So left, right by Dan's view.
All right, over here. This.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but oh yeah, that puts me right up against Saruk. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever.
I smell yokai and go to the other side of the tree.
You don't smell Yokai. He's fine.
Right. I can smell the embalming.
No, he's got repose. You can't smell him at all now.
And he's got
Covered in-
flowers in his pockets.
It done fix me up.
Dakuda, where are you?
Who's in the back?
Mirok.
Somewhere like 2 blocks to the left of him. Yep.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay, and Godric's just gonna go in the middle of the pack. I know he'd probably want to be in front, but I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you guys are wandering into the orchard, and it is just it's a full circle. I mean, it's mid-morning at this point. You can basically see from wall to wall. The trees are not so densely packed that it completely blocks the view from end to end. But there are plenty of trees here. And you guys are just kind of wandering into this open area of sporadic wood.
Wood.
Full defense, I guess, as we're walking.
Okay.
Do we
I
want to?
reduce myself.
How long? I need to look this up. I want to see how long the aura sight.
Do we want
lasts.
to go about this as quietly going about the forest, or do we want to like very clearly make ourselves known in maybe a benevolent way?
That sounds good.
Because I
Yeah,
feel
we
like
should make
Seems-
ourselves.
we're not going to find it; it's going to find us.
Right.
So I think Largo should strike up a song.
Okay. I have called you Father. I have called you Son. If you have no father, or if you haven't won, if there's anything to say, if there's any,
All right. So you guys are wandering around in the orchard, and Largo is singing. And as he's singing, you hear, sort of indistinctly echoing in this space, this sort of moan that is reminiscent of a tree groaning in the wind.
I would like to cast some spells.
All right. Casters can each cast one spell before we roll initiative.
All right.
I will do feats.
All right. Well, everyone gets one round of preparation before we roll initiative then.
All right.
So Dakuda, what are you casting?
Aura sight
Okay.
from my ring.
Largo, what are you casting?
are we? We're gonna enter combat, like go into initiative.
After this round.
Okay. I begin to cast a shadowy thing, and you begin to see this creature start to appear, but not appear yet.
Okay. Mirok, what are you casting?
Blessing of Fervor.
Okay.
Shit, I should have done haste.
No, that's cool. Blessing of Fervor is haste.
That's right. That's right. We're stepping on toes there.
Yeah, we're good. Do you?
All right. Yokai, what are you preparing?
I'm going to shift into dedicated adversary plant and lunge.
Okay. And those last a minute, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Bort, are you doing anything?
Board vanishes.
Okay. Saruk, are you doing anything?
Other than readying a bow.
Okay. Uhtred, you doing anything?
I would like to roll just real quick knowledge nature and just know if this is a big tree waking up, a nymph waking up.
Okay. Give me a roll.
15 on the die, so I think that's pretty high.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like a tree.
So
Wait.
mine. Sorry, go ahead.
Like a tree waking up is like what I was getting at though. Like,
You're not really sure if a tree sleeps. So it sounded like a tree, starting to do something because it went
Creaking
from
in the wind.
yeah, it went from a subtle creak to a loud, booming moan.
so yeah, I ready defense.
My
Okay.
intent on the aura site is to want to scan, and if I see an aura, because obviously trees probably are neutral if they have an aura of alignment at all. If he's affected by some off alignment thing, to be able to point out a direction and also verify if it's demonic in nature. So
Okay.
as a readied action, I want to be able to tell whatever I know in those two facets.
Okay. Did you look up the aura sight spell?
Yeah, it's 120 feet, I think.
Yeah. I just want to see how quickly you.
It's not like detect magic where it takes number of rounds, I don't think, if that's what you mean. Let me look at it again. I kind of just skimmed it.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So.
Doesn't require.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, quickly. Does it?
Everybody got a chance to do something? Everyone roll initiative, please.
D12, everybody.
D12. D12.
Nice.
Okey doke.
I can tell how this part's gonna go.
All right. So anyone above a 15, please.
16.
I have 15.
Okay, so Dakuda, Saruk, above a 10.
I'm 11.
Okay, above a 5.
8 for Bort.
I also have an 8.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, what else? Yokai is at 3. And Uhtred, what are you at?
5.
5. Okay.
It's a good initial order.
Okay.
Yeah,
Dakuda.
Yes.
This tree is evil.
All right. I'm good to go.
Okay, well, you had a ready to action, so.
Okay, that's what I mean. I'm going to say this tree is evil. Say that out loud, and I'm going to cast magic missile to point it out, pointedly.
Okay.
I unfortunately don't have glitter dust or anything to mark it in any better way. So, yeah, magic missile.
All right. You can give me damage on that.
Yeah. So 4 missiles. Four. I swear, 4. I swear to God,
Right.
and a 1 because I made a big deal about it afterwards. 12, 13, 17 points damage.
Very nice. Okay. That's it for Dakuta. Rook.
Without, I'll do my best attacking this evil tree.
Okay.
And I look over at Dakota. I'm like, is this gonna work?
Probably not.
Probably not. So I'll give it just a little shot.
Okay.
It is a 19 on the die. So 30.
That'll hit.
Okay. 2d6. 16 points of damage.
16. Okay. You hear the familiar sound of an arrow thunking into the trunk of a tree.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds the same. Okay.
Largo.
At the very beginning of my action, a lantern archon appears diagonally to the left of me.
Okay. Let's see.
And cool, awesome. I whisper to it, attack the evil tree, but keep your distance, be careful, and aid us if you can. And then I turn greater invisible.
Okay.
And that is my round.
All right. So Largo is invisible and Bort is
My
invisible.
my cloak is red.
It's brown.
Okay. Coloring on my screen. I look like Superman with a hood.
So Largo, you have the stats of the Lantern Archon.
I do.
Okay. So what does it do?
Oh yeah. It approaches and remains about 60 feet away from the tree. I forgot that it could act this round and not next round. Yeah, it approaches and stays about 60 feet away from the tree. Or no, it stays about 25 feet away from the tree. Sorry. And what's the tree's touch AC?
Abysmally low.
Will a 13 and an 11 do it?
Both of them will, yes.
Both of them will. All right. So this is light damage. It overcomes all and any DR.
Okay.
And it does 9 points of light damage.
Across those two attacks?
Yes.
And how real, what percentage of that is real damage?
So Now that tree gets a will save, DC 21.
Okay. Okay. And what percentage of that is real damage?
That would be 30%.
30% is real. Okay.
Yeah, because it's 20%, and then my staff of shadow, and then okay, it would actually be a 23 will save, and it would be 50% real. I
Okay.
apologize.
Cool.
I forgot about my my solid shadows feat.
Okay. Cool. Godric. Moves here and attempts to summon Ravager and does not.
Right.
I wish he could have
Bort.
been here for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bort.
Bort's gonna try and flank the tree on the other side while not presenting an attack of opportunity in doing so. I guess I won't because I'm invisible, but I don't know if the tree can see me.
That's how far away that fucking tree is.
That is your full movement. And as far as you can tell, the tree has not noticed you. And you're
Excellent.
a little concerned because it's just a fucking tree.
It's just a tree. It doesn't look like any type of weird, funky thing.
Not to you, it doesn't. Mirok.
So to be specific, we know that the evil tree is that one in the top corner.
I
The
shot
one-
it.
Yeah. The one that's
shot it.
directly next to Bort, yeah, Dakuda has identified that tree as evil.
I said that tree is evil, and I shot it with magic missiles to make sure that I was pointing it out.
Okay. I am going to move up 5, 10, 15, 20 feet to be diagonally to the right-hand side of Uhtred. And I'm going to cast Align Weapon on him and align it against this evil fucking tree.
Okay. Uhtred.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that the tree is the one I'm looking at it. Uhtred, like right in front of Uhtred.
Mm-mm.
Way back
No,
there.
so it's the one. It's the one back behind, like to the left.
Yeah, back left corner.
All right, cool. Okay, so, Dan, will you say something again so I can see the board?
Yeah, it's right here.
All right, thank you.
From here. You can reach it on a charge. If you charge it, you can reach it.
So you got a plus 30 to your movement.
I just don't. I feel weird about charging this for some reason. I think I'm gonna get. I feel like something's gonna grab me for some reason. So, can I use a Jujubee?
Do what?
Well, what I would like to do is, Trevor, Largo, I hope you want to come with me. Can I grab Largo?
I am
And-
invisible.
Oh shit!
I am also tiny.
Yeah, I knew you were tiny, so I wanted to grab you and run with you up there, but you're invisible, so it doesn't help. So
Did
what I'll do is,
use your reduced person slippers?
Yes.
what's that?
I don't remember you saying that. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. I reduced as soon as we got in there. It might have got muddled with a bunch of people saying shit, but it's free action.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. So you can't find Largo, and you're pretty sure you can't carry Mirok. And run.
Yeah. So I mean, I think what I'm gonna do is, I ready action. Or I'll still wait because I don't know what. Do I know that tree is the bad guy?
Dakuda pointed it out.
All right, so I'll fire off a throwing axe.
Okay.
Prove.
I don't mind losing those. Ooh, not bad. 18. Attack 18. All right, so did I hit?
18 total.
No, 18 plus 18. I didn't want to.
Oh, 36.
Yeah.
Really? You got a plus 18 on a throwing axe?
That's what it says. Well, throwing axe, yeah, plus 18. When I'm not raging.
No. I have you with a throwing axe plus 9.
I'm just looking at the raging sheet. Sorry. So is that 18 plus 9?
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, 18 plus 9. That'll hit. So roll for damage.
Hmm? 19.
19. How? You're not raging, right?
God damn it. Sorry. I'm still on. I don't have.
6 plus 10.
All right, thank you. So 14.
14. Okay.
Thank you. I'm normally raging, guys.
It's true.
You just
You also hear-
assume so.
Yeah, you guys see this axe fly across the field and thunk into a tree.
No sound, no nothing.
Yokai.
Cool.
I am going to double move and try to stay within a 15 radius foot away from that tree, but still make my 60 or whatever. And then yes, try not to stand too close to other trees either. That's about good. Yeah, that looks good. And when I pass, when I kind of pass by Uhtred as a free action, I say, I might need that one of those axes at some point, just to borrow. And that's it. But I'm gonna try the one you gave me. That's more than 6 seconds. So I just show him the Tekoka guy, with a expression like I'm gonna see if it works.
Okay. So you do that. And you get there, and the tree besides Bort grows some sort of humanoid form.
Yeah.
And you
Never mind.
see its leaves and its manifest sort of wither, and some of the leaves are crackling and burning, and you can see little hints of fire beneath the bark. And Bort, give me a perception check.
Could you show us that up close? From here, it looks like a black Santa Claus or something.
Yeah, it looks like it's wearing a Santa cap.
Yeah, totally.
It's made out of pipe cleaner, so.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's
Sweet.
badass. That looks
Cool.
great. Good job.
Yeah, Bort, give me a perception check.
Perception check 25.
25. Okay. Yeah, that's a fucking thing right next to you. And it looks like you see that, like there's these fissures, these cracks of like burning embers beneath the cracks of the bark, but there's something glowing closer to the top. You you can't make it out from where you're standing. But like maybe around the back of the shoulder or up near the neck-ish area of this thing, there's something glowing brighter.
Okay.
And it manifests there. It takes a step forward and swings at yokai with 2 massive branches. Okay. One hits a 26 and the other one hits a 34. So I think both of those are going to hit, right?
Correct.
And that is a, let's see, 13 points of damage on the first one and 20 points of damage on the second one.
All right.
And you know, you feel with that some intense heat as it slams into you. And Dakuta.
Really?
Yep.
Cool. I am going to go up into the most advantageous space forward and break off a haste.
You want to like get up here somewhere?
I would say yes, and to the left a little more. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a great chest position.
All right. Well,
I've even got him with the knight. I'm protecting with the knight even.
okay. If you kind of focus on Godric,
Yep.
you're going to be able to hit everyone except for Bort.
Let's do it. Make it so.
Okay. So everyone except for Bort is hasted. Sorry, Bort.
It's the way she goes.
But you're blessing a fervor, Bort.
I'm good.
All right. Saruk.
Oh shit. I forgot we just double up on that. Damn it.
It's okay. Yeah,
Fuck.
there's stuff from.
I need to remember that though. I keep forgetting.
Haste is better for melee than Blessing of Fervor because it's all of the things at the same time. So there's some benefits to each one. It's not bad to have both up. Sorry, Saruk, go ahead.
Can I see if can I imagine that there are sensitive parts to this creature? In particular, you said there was something glowing towards the top, but we couldn't really see there.
You didn't see anything glowing towards the top. That was Bort and Bort alone.
Excuse me.
You see a giant creature made out of wood.
Can I move closer, possibly under that next tree in between me and the...
Like there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that change my perspective at all?
Not really.
I'll shoot an arrow at its head.
Okay.
And I look for soft wood. So 32.
32 will hit.
And a 17 for damage.
17 points of damage?
18.
18. Okay. All right. So now, having seen it actually take its true form, you shoot at it, and like chips of bark pull away, and you see a flash of embers up near the top of it, but You shot a piece of wood with an arrow.
Yeah.
You're not really thinking that this has been especially effective.
Sure, it's all I got.
It looks like it did some damage, but not a whole lot.
It's all I got.
Largo.
With my hasted, with my hasted movement, can I make myself a knight's move in chess? So 3 up and 1 across from Godric. If if Godric made a chess move and he was a knight and he went 3 up and 1 across to the right, could he
Over here?
on other side?
Here?
Other side, like to the right. Sorry, I'm pointing at the screen. You cannot see that.
Okay.
3 up from Godric and 1 to the right.
Okay, 1, 2, 3 up, and 1 to the right.
Oh shit! I mean Saruk.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, and 1 to the right.
Yes. Can I make it there in my hasted state? Sorry, I messed up the minis.
Thanks a lot, man.
There, yeah, you can make it.
Okay, and still be able to cast.
Yes.
Okay, I cast Create Pit directly underneath the treant.
Okay. You cast Create Pit directly underneath the treant. Bort is going to need to make a reflex save. Or Yokai, one of the two of them.
What's the diameter on that pit?
10 feet, but 20 feet to fall in.
So which one are you risking? Yokai
Oh,
or
Bort, definitely Bort.
Oops. Okay. As the ground pulls downward, the treant doesn't fall as it is attached to the ground, and it just kind of like sinks down into the ground to where now you can only see just a couple of the branches on the top of its head peeking out over the rim of the pit.
Perfect. I really would like us to, to see what we can do with that. The Archon will continue the same thing that the Archon was doing. So touch AC being quite low. I rolled quite low as well. Does a 5 hit the touch AC?
Well, the Archon's going to have to get closer.
That's fine, yeah.
Down into the pit.
Yep.
And a 5 is not going to do it, no.
Does a 10 do it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so
I still need Bort to roll a reflex save to not fall in the pit.
30.
You don't fall in the pit.
Sweet.
And it'll be 3 points of light damage bypassing DR.
Okay.
And that's it for me.
All right. Godric, calls out to no one in particular. How am I supposed to hit it in a pit? And he just kind of moves over here.
Hey, y'all told me to make a pit.
And hangs out. Bort.
Does the pit put its back where I noticed the glowing part at stabbing level for me?
Give me another perception check. You've got a different vantage on that glowing thing.
26.
26. You can see buried into the sort of center right of its back a glowing blackish red shard. That definitely does not look like the rest of the plant.
I'm at like ground level and this thing's in a pit below me. I'm looking down on it.
Yeah, it's like at this point it's maybe about 8 to 10 feet away from you. This shard and its back, and it's a little bit lower than you are right now.
I jump onto its back towards the glowing shard.
That's what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Okay, give me an acrobatics check.
With pleasure. I mean, 34.
Okay. You are on the end. Well, give me a I guess a climb check. Climb or
Acrobatics.
grapple, your choice.
I mean, I'm shooting to like jump right on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I can grapple an end.
Well, I'm just saying, like, grapple to grab hold, you're not going to be able to functionally grapple it.
Yeah,
But
totally.
I'm just saying you've got two options, a climb check or a grapple check. I think you
Okay.
might be slightly better at the grapple than the climb.
Is grapple just a combat maneuver?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll do a grapple. I mean, all right, 31. I'm
Yeah.
killing these fucking dude. It's this dex bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you take agile maneuvers?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're fucking awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So you jump on, you grab a hold, you got like a nice hook around its neck-ish area. And this breaks the invisibility.
Uh-huh.
And being like right on top of it, you can feel the heat from the burning embers underneath its bark. And you are going to take 5 points of fire damage as it starts to singe at you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the acrobatics check is your move action, and the grapple is your standard. So unless you can squeeze anything else in there, that's pretty much what you got for right now.
Yeah, that's good. That's all I got.
Okay, Mirok.
I immediately take 5 points of damage because I'm still lifelink to Bort.
Okay, Bort, you are healed 5 points of damage.
Bingo.
Yeah. Then I'm going to use my hasted, fervored movement to get right up to the edge of that pit. And so the treant is below grade. Bort is on its neck, right?
Yeah, you're just barely looking down at Bort. He's just under the rim of the pit. And you don't want to get right on the edge of the pit because then you can slide in.
Sure.
You got to stay like at least 5 feet back.
What I want to do is I want to cast Stone Shape, and I want to make a very, very flat donut with an outer diameter of 10 feet and an inner diameter of about 8 feet and a thickness of about 6 inches. So basically just like come in and collar this fucking treant down in the pit. So Bort would be above the stone coming in and encircling.
Unfortunately, since you've entered this city, you have not seen stone.
That's not the ground. I mean, it's fucking ground.
It's dirt. It's not stone.
This place is a shithole and I hate it. Well, all right. Give me 1 second. Let me adjust.
No, the ground
Shape
is
shit.
very soft, rich earth right here.
What a crap hole. All right. Well, fuck me.
There's no iron in the ground.
In that case, I am going to see Bort on this dude's back, and I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on him, which is a touch, but I think Blessing of Fervor should allow me on, any spell at a second level or lower, I can cast it as if it's enlarged. So I think that would push it out to a close, like I can cast it on him because he's right there.
Correct. Excellent
Cool.
use of that.
Yeah.
All right. So Shield of Faith, that gives him a +3 right now.
The spell creates a shimmering magical field around target that averts and deflects attacks. Spell grants subject a +2 deflection bonus to AC with an additional +1 for every 6 levels I have. 3.
So 3. Okay.
Plus what to my AC?
3.
Slick.
And that applies both to touch and flat-footed. So, Uhtred.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna stick with the original game plan and go over there by Largo.
Over here.
Oh no. Hold on. Will you say something again?
Are you over here?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. I think I'm waiting to see the optimal time, and yeah, I hold there.
All right. Cool. So yeah. All right. Cool. As you're holding there, you hear a noise from behind you
Oh hell yeah, let's get this going.
as this tree's limbs grow out into massive fists.
That's awesome.
Whoa.
Great representation. I love that.
Yeah,
And
that's pretty dope.
I still feel like we're Christmas though. That's kind of awesome.
Dude,
We're
it
fighting a
is
bunch of
Christmas.
fucking Christmas trees.
and
I love this.
The
Takes,
heat master's gonna come in.
takes a swing. Dude. All right.
Hey,
That's
did you say you was swinging at me?
yep. It's gonna
Okay.
hit a 27 for 17 points of damage.
All right, cool. I'm not raging yet, so I'm fine.
Why aren't you?
Because I'm about to, because he just hit me.
All right.
That pissed me off for sure.
I don't normally rage until I have a reason, and now. What was that? Minus what?
That was 17 points of damage.
All right, thank you.
So that's gonna kind of catch you off guard. You were not expecting a different tree to attack you. So I'm gonna say that, you know, like your ready to attack is not gonna go off because it's not what you were, not where you were focusing.
That definitely makes sense.
Okay. And this tree also springs to life. And it's gonna take a swing at Godric there. And shit, that might miss. Godric's arm class. Nope, it hits. And Godric takes 15 points of damage. All right. That brings us to Yokai.
All right, so with lunge, with the extra 5-foot reach, or with the 5-foot reach, is there a way with a 5-foot step I can attack the ant without a reflex save? And then is there a way I can do it if not with a reflex save?
With a 5-foot step, you could attempt to do it with a reflex save to not fall in the pit, but you couldn't do it without the reflex save.
All right, sounds good. Reflex save. Oh, fuck. I don't even think I can do anything on that one. That's a natural 1, so I'm falling in the pit.
Yep.
There's no action die, kind of like get a weird movement to grab the ant as I'm like,
Reroll one.
You could use 2 action dice to get lightning reflexes and improved lightning reflexes to grant you 1 reroll of a reflex save. That's the only way you could get a reroll.
Do it, dude.
yeah, sure.
Okay, so 2
Yeah, do
action dice.
So yeah, down 2 action dice. That's not great. Cause yeah, I didn't do so good on that one. That is
It's meant to be. You're in the pit.
13.
That won't do it. It's a 19.
Okay.
But I still want to roll my d6 to see how long I got those, I guess. All right, 4 minutes unless I got to roll both of them.
It's 4 rounds.
4 rounds, I mean, sorry.
Okay. So give me an acrobatics check or a reflex save to land on your feet when you fall into the pit.
Ha! Another one.
Party.
Party
Yeah.
out.
This is,
Damn.
it was meant to be, dude. So,
He's
you're
not
meant to
working.
be, you're meant to be
All right, well, I
fertilizer.
rolled terribly low on that fall damage, so you only take 4 points of falling damage, but you are prone when you hit the bottom.
All right, but that's just, I still got more, I'm hasted and stuff. That was just my move, right?
Right. Using Blessing of Fervor, you can stand up as a swift action without incurring an attack of opportunity.
There
Goddamn
you
right
go.
you can.
But you will not.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can do that.
But that's the end. I can't do anything
No,
else.
you have a standard action.
Okay, sweet. Well, I'm gonna look at the technical guy and look over there at the dude and see if this does anything. I'm gonna attack. There we go. That's a decent roll. That's 17 plus 15. So
32.
yeah.
That'll hit.
Okay.
You're in close combat in a pit with a big fucking tree
I
monster.
rolled 2 6s
Not a
there.
monster.
So that's going to be 6 plus 2 for that. 6. Plus 2. So 6 plus 4 plus 2 is so that's 12 points of damage.
12.
Uh,
That's
And I
it?
want to make an exception. Well, yeah, I believe so. It's not strength and a half with a Teko Kagai. It's going to be plus strength with the. Oh, strength is plus 4. I did it as plus 2 bonus. So 2 more points, but that's still not much.
Okay. All right. As you swing into it, cinders break out of the gash that you put in its bark, and you take 2 points of fire damage.
Nice.
Okay. And its turn. Yokai, Bort, and Mirok, give me perception checks.
18.
23.
17.
all solid.
Okay, so yeah, you all see that some of these breaks and cracks that your weapons have put into its bark, the flame sort of, grows out of those gashes, and as it abates, you see the bark reform, and some of the damage that you guys have done has healed up and regenerated. Apparently, the fire from the inside of this thing nourishes it and heals it.
Does Godric understand this as being a evil creature? Have we imparted that on him?
You said that at the beginning of combat. You told all of us it was evil.
Right. Okay. I'm saying it like again and again. Kind
And at this point, it casts detect magic, and the pit disappears.
Oh.
But my pitch.
And you see this massive tree basically rise back up to tower above all of you once more. And I'm gonna throw in an action die to have it pull one of the branches sticking out of its back off of it, and it bursts into flames. And it's going to chuck that directly between Godric and Mirok. You two are going to have to give a reflex save as it explodes in a small blast of fire.
Well, it's a 7 for Mirok.
Okay.
Piece of shit tree.
All right. So Mirok, you're going to take 20 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Oh,
And Godric is only going to take 10. All right, and that's it for the tree. Dakuda.
in my hastened self, I am going to cast Fly. And I am going to, my intent this round is all, um, gathering knowledge. And I'm going to either fly up over the top of the main Trent behind him or kind of swirl around beside, like circle him to where I'm behind him. In the end, I want to be behind him, but I'm taking a look at him, and I would like to know if I could use an action dice to cast Detect Magic also, since it's just a cantrip after Fly. That and Aura Sight, all I'm doing is kind of slowly flying. I'm staying above all tree level melee height and also circling him and just gathering Aura Sight knowledge and Detect Magic on him. Because
if you want to cast Detect Magic, then you can use an action die to pick up the Quicken Meta Magic spell or
Cool.
feat, and use a 4th level spell to cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
And you're going to have to use your Sage ability to cast it.
Right, without
No, because it's Quicken. Never mind.
right.
That specifically does not work that way. So you need to use a fourth level spell slot.
All right.
And
Got it.
roll the d6 to see how many rounds you keep Quicken. For all the other cantrips you might want to cast as swift actions.
3
Three.
rounds.
Okay. Cool. All right, give me a perception check.
Oh, actually, I'd like to do perception and arcana and nature, if possible. All those in this. So what do you want, perception first or arcana?
Perception.
Perception, I rolled shitty. I rolled a 3, but it's still a 16.
Okay. So you do notice that there is a strong magical aura that's kind of mostly being obscured by Bort, because he's kind of on top of it. You have to concentrate over several rounds to
Right.
specific information about.
Right.
But yeah, you kind of notice this glowing emanation from beneath Bort, so you can kind of focus.
Right.
You do get that. You do see that strong magic, but
I had heard that before in earlier rounds, but I knew my character didn't, and this is something that I would do that I wanted that. Yeah, understood that I saw that. Okay. Do you want me to roll for any of the others, like as far as magic, school, and stuff? Arcana?
No, you can't do that this round.
Okay, cool. That's it then.
Okay. Saruk.
Damn it. Fuck. I'm back. Can I see a way between, I don't love being closed in on by these three of these, if I can see them all three. Can I reasonable, the two red arms, they don't have legs yet, do they?
They do.
Okay. Reasonably, I don't know how fast these creatures move, I guess. This is probably my first time ever experiencing this, having shot arrows at a tree. Anyway, can I try to get to that little tree in between those two ends far away from me?
You want to get to this tree?
Yeah, I'm not sure how far that is. It's hard for me to count the...
Yeah, you can make it over there.
Can I also ask for Bort or somebody near that? Pick out a target. Tell me what to shoot at. I mean, it looks like Dakuta's over there gathering information. Bort is up on that situation. Can they tell me anything?
So you're just asking someone to tell you what to shoot at.
Yeah, tell me where to shoot. That's all. Tell me where to shoot.
I'm over there. I can hear him. He's got, what else do you have with you? I forget your character. Does he have any explodables?
No,
You don't
it's
have any?
arrows, and I have some old pixie darts and
What?
a javelin.
What's the pixie darts do?
Well, I don't know if they'd still be effective, but they're asleep.
And you have any special arrow abilities?
No, man.
Nope. You're fucking Hawkeye, dude.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately, Suruk, you're going to be pretty ineffective in this unless you.
Yeah, that's what I was
have an
asking.
axe somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. I was just poking. Yeah, I don't see
No,
any
you're good.
help there. Yeah. I mean,
All right, I'll hold my action behind that tree. But like behind it. Anyway. Y'all, I gotta work tomorrow morning.
cool.
I'm gonna have to cut out early.
All
I think
right.
Uhtred's already cut out.
All right. It's good sesh.
No?
See you guys.
No?
All right.
Wait, hold on. He's
Largo.
Yes. You got my text message, right, Dan?
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. Okay, cool. Yeah. Sub school, cold. I mean, to me, it's creation.
It is
Yes.
But okay, so I'm gonna target the 5-foot square under each of its like leggy wegs, and create 2 icy spikes under the ice spear spell. And they'll need to be a will save from him, DC 23, to believe if they are real or not. If he fails, he takes 50% damage. And then followed by a reflex save
Okay.
Damn.
of the same 23.
Yeah.
Shadow Master. The
Well,
Shadow.
He rolled a 19 on the reflex,
Oh, fuck. It does.
so he failed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I wouldn't expect him to be able to get out of it. He's rooted. Okay, so there's going to be first. Okay, so the first one, there's 2 of these. The first one is going to do 9 piercing damage, followed by 4 cold damage.
Okay.
The second one is going to do 6 piercing damage, followed by 11 cold damage.
All right. Cool. Well, the piercing doesn't seem to do much, but you do see the frost crackle and splinter against the cold embers, and those
That is what I'm
sections
looking
like
for.
grow dark.
And also those do not go away. So he just kind of has to move around them and past them. They have a hardness of 5 and 30 HP if he wants to break them. And the lantern is going to strike twice.
The
Both of
lantern.
Does a 9 do it for the touch AC?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So that means they both hit.
You're looking for a 7.
Okay, looking for a 7. And we are looking at 7. Speaking of 7, light damage bypassing DR.
Okay. Total.
And that's yes, and that's me.
All right. Godric. Charges forward, attempting to smite evil, and it doesn't work.
What?
And
Oh, because he can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Oh. Dang it. Have you had a talk with Nick?
I was expecting to clear this up with him tonight.
Really? Well, see, I didn't know if you had talked with him before now.
Okay. And as he approaches, the Ent takes a swing at him, and
Nice.
13 points damage. And then Godric attempts to swing at the Ent. Threatens a critical.
Ooh. Yeah.
Confirms.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
And that is not bad. Not bad. 28 points of damage.
Nice.
Dan, I sorry, I just can't see it very well because the trees. But when that Ent popped up out of the pit, did that put the Ent within 20 feet of the lantern?
Put it within 5 feet of the lantern.
It needs to make it's probably gonna fucking pass it, but the Ent needs to make a DC 13 will save that I'm really hoping you'll roll a 1 on.
No, rolled a 12, so it did pass.
Okay, cool. Well, never mind.
Okay.
Never mind.
Bort.
Bort is on the back of the Ent, and he sees this glowing shard of ember that's clearly different from the rest of the burning Ent right in front of him.
Yep.
Bort is going to take a full round attack action at that, with the concept of shish kebab, with the rapier, trying to stab and pry as he's stabbing. It's not like a in and out. It's like a in and wrench with the rapier on that shard of demonic fire.
All right. Well, your rapier is long and thin, but your
Gotcha.
dagger is short and sturdier. You might want to go with the dagger. I think Bort would know better than to try to like do the pointy little rapier over the sturdier
Leverage.
dagger.
Cool. Can I take multiple dagger attacks?
Well,
Ooh,
I'm gonna
2
say
leverages.
make a dagger attack to try to dig it in there, and then make a steal combat maneuver to try to pull it out.
Cool. With that attack, I'm flanking this Ent technically, am I not?
Yes.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna roll to hit with my dagger. 29.
That will hit.
Yeah.
That's right, bitches.
And so that's sneak attack, and that's an 18 on the die with the it doesn't with the dagger, never mind. The rapier 18 threatens a critical. 46 plus 1d4 plus 5.
Yep.
46 plus 1d4. 18 points of damage.
Okay.
And
Roll pretty low there.
yeah,
Okay.
I did. Not great.
Can you make another attack as a full round action? Because of
Oh yeah.
blessing?
Yeah.
Well, he's trying to steal.
Yeah, so that was the damage for dagger 1, and then dagger 2 is, you said it's a combat maneuver?
Well, the second attack is going to be a combat maneuver attempt to steal.
20.
Okay. So what did you roll there?
7 with a CMB of 13.
Okay. You also have deft maneuvers, so you do get a +2 to steal actions.
Ooh, now you're talking.
And his haste or blessing give him another? Anything on checks?
Yeah, the hate, steal a combat maneuver counts as an attack, so it would give him a +1.
There you go. Another one.
So that is a 23.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's stuck in there. You kind of feel like you got the dagger in. You tried to pry the shard out, and it wiggled, and then the ant sort of tensed up, and the knot around the shard tightened up, and you could feel it coming loose in your hand, but it sort of recognized what you were doing and struggled. You didn't beat the combat maneuver defense.
Okay.
It's like a loose tooth, and then he puckered his butt around it.
Gotcha. Butt teeth.
Exactly.
Fucking butt teeth.
Hold on, let me just check here. You might be able to make a steal attempt in it as a replacement to an attack in general, and if that's the case, you could keep trying.
Cool. I'm about it.
From my vantage point, can I kind of see what Bort's doing up there, or is it completely blocked? Because he's up on his back.
Yeah, he's on the other side. You're giving him the flanking bonus, which is great, but
That's what I thought. Cool.
yeah, no, it's a standard action. It's not an attack action. So
Gotcha.
I
Does my what is it? I'm not hasted, but I am from Mirok. What is the
Damage reduction?
no, the other one?
Oh, you have Shield of Faith. which
Shield of
helps your-
Faith, does that grant me another attack or no?
No, it's +3 to your AC. The Blessing of Fervor gives you another attack if it's a full round action attack.
This is it a full round action attack, Dan? Or does it not count because because one of the things I did was
I kind of gave you the extra attack with the dagger as a bonus to the steal maneuver. But yeah, you can't. You're done.
Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. I'm going to first use that Blessing of Fervor to do, or actually no, I'm just going to cast Resist Energy Fire on myself.
Okay.
So I'm now resistant to 20 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to quick channel positive energy into the 4 most bloodied nearby allies that I see.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much Yokai, Bort, and Godric and Uhtred are the only ones who have taken damage, and you can hit all of them from where you're at.
Yeah, I'm gonna not count Uhtred. I'm gonna channel it into myself because I'm pretty messed up. So I'm gonna be the 4th one.
No, you can select who you don't want to hit. Otherwise, it hits everybody.
Oh, I want to hit everybody. Yeah.
Okay.
He still doesn't want to hit Uhtred because fuck Uhtred.
Yeah, man, seriously. It's 15 points of healing to all those. I think it's 30 feet.
Yep. So that would be everybody that's taken damage so far.
Cool. All right, 15 points of healing.
Glenn.
Just for a
Truly
minute.
incredible.
Come back to us for a minute. Come back. Come on. There you go. Yes.
All right.
No.
Glenn, are you with us, man?
It's really incredible.
The
He's
willpower.
there.
Roll again. That first one was like a 4. You rolled a 4 the first time. You got 6 more seconds here. Roll again. Roll.
Glenn, come on, it's your turn.
Oh.
Make a
Your
reflex
turn.
save. Make a reflex save.
No, dude, it's not gonna happen. It's just not.
Oh, okay.
He was fighting for every inch.
All right, Uhtred turns around and attacks the tree behind him that just smacked him.
Just like that.
I love it. I love it.
Glenn, get up, do a jumping jack, man. Wake
Punch
up.
drunk.
Your turn.
Mute. Muted.
Muted.
Muted. Muted. Yeah, you're muted.
Glenn.
You're muted.
Can't hear you.
You're muted. He can't hear us either.
Yourself, man.
Wait. Here, I'll chat to him.
You can't unmute yourself, dude. Oh boy.
So you're gonna have to charades out what you want your guy to do. So stand up and do charades of what Uhtred's gonna do. I think he's chatting. No. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. See you. Hi. Or I'm out of
Great
here.
cleave.
I'm out of here.
That's a cleave
Oh,
action, right? That's
He's not
cleave.
muted anymore.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey.
All right.
Hi.
That was worth it.
What are you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
I would. Okay, hold on now. Checking my notes here, make sure I didn't. I am still not raging, correct?
No, you did rage.
Okay. Well, what I would do is behind me, they trip me up, correct? The red arms.
Yep.
Okay.
You can turn around and take 3 attacks on him if you want.
Oh well, then I'll. Jesus, I had this all this. I will do that. We'll take 3 attacks.
That sounds much better than what I had planned.
Yeah, I had this thing like in my mind. I was like, well, I'll just start chopping them down from up top. But all right, let's do it. These are 15, 19, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 38.
Okay. You roll 19.
Yeah,
Yep, that'll hit.
cool. All right. D12. Ooh, that ain't great. 17 plus 21.
Wait, 17. What? You rolled a d12.
Right, I rolled the to attack,
Okay.
and then the damage. I rolled a D12, rolled a 5,
Okay.
got a 21, so
Okay.
26.
Okay.
Is that? Am I right?
You're almost right. It's a 28 because you're raging, so your axe gets another +2.
Okay, and then I do that 2 more times, right?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Paul
get it going.
fucking Bunyan.
This guy.
What was the blue bull that was with him? Bell or something?
Babe the Blue Ox.
Babe the blue
Babe.
ox. Okay.
All right, then 35 on attack.
That hits.
All right. 12, same thing. Plus 21.
Yes,
So-
plus 23.
33, yeah. One
So-
more?
Now, how much? How much total?
30. One was 33.
What'd you roll on the d12?
Fuck. 29, I thought.
Okay. That's fine.
All right. Thanks. Sorry. Ooh, not great. Rolled 8 on the dice to attack.
The,
27.
hold on, that would be an 8 plus a. Yeah, that's enough. That'd be an 8
Ah!
plus 21.
Ooh, natural one. So 22.
22. All right. That one keels over.
Hey!
Timber,
Bye-bye.
motherfucker.
All righty.
He
Yeah.
found a Christmas tree.
All right. So that one. The one that fell. The next one is this one moves forward to Mira and takes a swing. Ooh, yeah. Oh, that threatens a critical. No.
Or you should use the background music still. Yeah, yes. It used to be so dope.
So that is 28 points of damage.
What did it roll to hit?
Rolled a 36.
Okay.
Yeah, it rolled a natural 19, which threatens a critical.
Okay. Yeah.
And I used an action die.
Goddamn trees.
Yeah, I feel like we're missing something, but
Yokai.
All right, so I am going to take I can't quite see myself, but I'm going to take a 5-foot free move back to still flank with Bort. And then I'm going to use my last action die to rage as a swift action. Then I am going to unloose with a flurry of blows upon that motherfucker. Because it seemed like, even though they were healing, it seemed like I did damage, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens here. Oh God, these dice suck. All right, so the first one, not bad with a 32.
That'll hit.
All right, the second one with a 19 is gonna miss, right?
Yes. Yep.
And another miss, and then a 27,
Yep, that'll hit.
and then the last
Squishing
one
my head.
with a 21.
21 will hit.
All right, so it's gonna, and I'm raging now, so it's, all right, so it's plus 12 points of damage. All right, nice, double sevens. So that's 26.
Okay.
Sweet. The same thing, but an 8 and a 6. And 8 and 3, 7. That is a 23.
23 damage.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You hack and hack and hack with your Tekakaji, and you know, thankfully, it being adamant, it is chewing into this bark and it is gouging out significant chunks. Not as much as you'd hope, but doing pretty good damage. And as you're doing that, chunks of these cinders and this flaming wood comes out and pays in kind. You take 14 points of damage as this fire hits you. And I'm sorry, actually, Bort, when you stabbed it, you took 6 points of fire damage as well.
Mirak?
Took 1 point of damage. I'm looking rough.
I believe I might have hit with one more, so I might take more damage because I forgot the flanking bonus. So
No, you hit 3 times. That was 3. That was 3d6 fire damage.
No, I'm saying I think I forgot I was flanking, so I think I think I hit at least the 21 with a I'll hit with a flanking bonus. I'll hit a 21 with my 7 because I'm raging and dedicated adversary.
Okay.
All right, so I'll roll some more damage for me, and then that is 8 plus 4 is 20 points.
20.
Yep, and then I'll take whatever more damage.
4 more points of fire damage. Okay. And
Is that the big red tree then right in front of them, or which one am I looking at?
this is the one that they're fighting. You just felled this one over here. And at this point, it howls in anger and charges forward, trampling Godric, Mirak, and Yokai.
Oh,
Dan, a quick question. Did Bort take fire damage because he's on its back?
He took fire damage because he stabbed it.
Okay.
I forgot to do fire damage when he did that.
Okay.
So I need Godric, Yokai, and Mirak to give me DC 25 reflex saves. Hey, Godric doesn't make it.
Yeah, there's literally no way Mirak can make it. His reflexes are fucking one.
oh,
Anyway.
Yep.
crunchy.
I get a 17.
That's kind of crazy. I can totally see it just like running through the woods.
So Yokai, what'd you get on your reflex save?
Sorry, I got a 18.
Okay, so you all take 25 points of damage as
Oh.
a massive tree stomps on you as it crushes over you.
Yo.
That was a hell of a move.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
I'm barely alive.
You hit 4 people.
3.
3.
It can't trample Bort, who's on its back.
Okay.
Dakota, it's your turn.
Okay, so I wanted to kind of voice this. So Paragon Surge is a new spell I've been using, which is a great spell for gaining knowledge, like a loophole. But in imagining how it plays out in game, the way I imagine it is like because I'm a sorcerer, I'm not a wizard. I feel like I'm just going out and like getting like a mental collective and pulling knowledge from it and being able to use it. But I see it as in a bad way. If it goes bad, maybe using like wild surge stuff, or in a positive way, I could bend the spell a little bit to my use. Either way, I used Paragon Surge earlier for magic circle against evil.
Okay.
And what I want to do is fly forward and understanding that there's a Trent and that there's something on its back that we think is doing this. I'm going to touch the Trent and cast magic circle against evil, understanding that he's not the evil. So anything within 10 feet of him gets like a protection from evil, I think is the thing. And I'm not really sure what all the other effects do, but that's my best in like banishment on a lower level.
Okay. All right. You fly forward and attempt to touch the treant as it senses this little flying asshole coming near it. You enter into its attack radius. It's going to take a swipe at you.
Okay.
And that will hit you with it hits a 30.
Oh yeah.
So you're going to take 14 points of damage.
All right.
And you're going to have to make a concentration check to continue
Right.
on that spell.
And what is that? Is that Constitution? What is
it
it?
is your caster level plus your casting, so plus your intelligence bonus plus a d20.
Okay, so my level plus intelligence modification plus 20.
Yeah.
So 13 plus an 18 is a lot.
31.
30,
You're looking for
31.
a 28, so that'll do it.
31. Okay.
All right. So you cast Circle of Protection.
And I lost 14. And I'm also going to kind of call these out when I don't know them. Like I kind of scanned that spell, but I didn't really go through the details, and I don't mean to put this completely on you, but if I fuck something up, I think that's kind of the role playing thing where I might fuck something up. So
Okay. Let's see. What's your save DC for a third level spell?
for third level is 18.
It's 18. Okay. All right. It seems to take effect. He rolled terribly low on his will save.
Nice.
All right. Largo.
Just to clarify, I have concentration as a skill,
Yes.
and I've put a bunch of points into it.
No, it's just your level. You don't put points into it. It's just your level.
Okay. I have like ranks. It's like my last on my skill on my character sheet. I've got
Right,
6
you get
ranks
those
in
for free.
concentration.
You get those for free. You don't have to actually put them in there.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll remember that next time I level up.
Okay.
And I'll need to double check. Yeah, because I've got my charisma plus 6 ranks, nothing to do with my level. So I just treated it like a normal skill. That's what I thought concentration was.
Right, but you took combat casting, right? As a feat.
Mhm.
So you also get a +4 on that.
Cool. All right. Well, sweet. Yeah. I don't know why it's on my skill list, but anyway.
That's where it is. It's just that's
what-
where it is.
Okay. Oh, I see that now. Okay, cool. I need to revamp that. No worries. I'm the confused one. Let's see.
I'm there with you, man.
I'm gonna cast Burning Arc on the tree that is not the treant, but is the one that treant brought to life.
Okay.
So it needs to make, sorry, the concentration thing threw me through a loop. I have the spell pulled up. So it needs to make a reflex saving throw that it probably can't make. Of 19.
23.
The tree did?
Natural 20.
Damn.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, shit. Half of the following damage. Oh, I rolled real bad. Okay. 19 plus 16 is 35. So half of 35. So that would be what, 17?
It's vulnerable to fire, so it takes double damage.
Cool. So yeah, there you go. 34 then.
I'm just gonna say it takes full damage.
Okay. And I do want that to bounce to, I know it's not resistant to fire, and it might even, I do want it to bounce to the treant itself.
Okay.
So that will be half again that amount of damage. So that will just be, so it will need to make a reflex saving throw.
Okay. It bounces, it hits the treant, and it seems to heal damage.
Oh,
That's all right, because we're not necessarily trying to kill the thing. I didn't know if it would heal it or if it just wasn't. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway.
no,
I
it's
healed,
good to know and see.
I healed it for 14.
All right.
And I move back towards the tree that is down.
Okay.
And am I still within 25 feet with the lantern?
No.
I will move to within 25 feet with the lantern.
Okay.
And I will same with that lantern. Okay, 11 and 15 on the die. And 2 1s, so 2 light damage.
Okay. Godric charges the treant, and it already used its attack of opportunity, so it doesn't get another one. And Godric rolled a 3 on his attack, so he does not successfully attack the treant. Bort.
Bort's ready to stab the fuck out of this demonic ember in the back of the tree. I'm gonna attempt to do the same thing I did last time successfully this time.
You do notice that with that whatever magic that Dakuta just casted, that tensing up of the knot around the shard seems to have loosened somewhat.
Excellent. Can I make the combat maneuver first, or do I need to attack first?
Either way, I mean,
I'm okay. I'll attack it first.
you're no longer flanking.
No longer flanking.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's less exciting.
Can I ask a question while he's doing that? Where am I? Am I coming up in this rotation?
I think you are next is Mirok and then you.
Bingo.
Can I use a? Do I have? I think I have maybe 1 or 2 jujubes left.
What do you want?
Okay, thank you. I love you said that. So while Bort's attacking, is there a way that I could like use my axe to like hit the ground to dust up like dirt in this thing's face to give an opening to the back, like to make it like cringe around, you know, like turn?
Not really. No.
Okay, that's cool. No, yeah, I didn't want to do anything then.
All right. Bort,
In that case, no,
give
never
me an
mind.
attack.
Will a 24 hit?
Yes, it will.
All right. Way less exciting. 7 points of damage.
That's not possible.
It's not?
No, because isn't your what you call it? Isn't your dex
Magic.
modifier 7 right now?
Oh yeah, you're right.
So it should be the D4 plus 1 because the dagger's magic plus 7.
Gotcha. Okay, 10 points of damage.
Okay, cool. All right, you dig it in there. Sparks fly out. You take 4 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And give me that steel combat maneuver.
Let's do it this time. Come on. Natural one.
Use a unit to re-roll.
Can I use
Yeah.
Hold
Do
can
it.
I
Throw that
use
juju.
can I give it the juice?
Let me see if you have that option.
Juice.
Speaking of that, I still got that feet thing going, so I'm gonna roll that reflex again. See if I take that full 25.
You can only do that once per day.
Oh shit, never mind.
Yep. No, I'm sorry. There's no re-roll option on that one.
It's the way she fucking goes.
Ah.
Yeah, I can re-roll ones on a sneak attack, but this is not a sneak attack.
No.
Uh-uh.
Sorry, buddy.
She
Dice,
is what
baby.
she is. Dice.
That's
Don't
dice.
call him die for nothing.
All right.
Riding a tree.
All right. I'm down to 8 hit points, so I'm gonna fully move away from here and cast Cure Critical Wounds.
Fuck a duck.
Ooch, if Ooch had heard anything, get back.
Yeah, I'm all right. So I'm gonna cure for 15 points of health, putting me back up to
Back that shit up. Back that shit up.
23. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's all I can do is heal myself and move. And I want to move far and away from any of these fucking trees.
Okay. You can get a little further back over here, and that's because there are some trees off of the map
Yeah.
over here, so that kind of puts you as equidistantly far away from trees as possible.
Okay, here's hoping I don't have to go through another fucking round.
All right, Uhtred.
Oh man, if playing the character, I'm going. Can you talk again so I can see the map?
You're right here.
All right.
But,
I am going.
okay.
Is there? Yeah. I want to get. I want to get. Is there any way I can? Is there any way I can do like a moving slice action by this top tree? I think it's like Godric's up there, but like I want to get to Mirrock is my biggest concern.
I'm fine over there. There's nothing near me.
I thought you were just like down how many hit points?
Are you a healer?
No, not at all, but I want to protect my healer.
I think you're going to protect me best by attacking things.
All right, well, fuck it. I'm going straight in front then.
Okay. Get into a flanking position.
Where do we put? Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Yep. Okay, you can make one attack now.
All right, thank you. Come on, man. That ain't great. That ain't bad. 18 plus. I'm raging.
Yep. So you hit.
Thank you. And then 3, 24.
Okay. That does a significant chunk of damage to him. At this point, this tree over here.
Dang.
Move. Comes up and takes a swing at Uhtred. That is gonna hit 33. You take 20 points of damage, Uhtred. -2 because you're raging,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Yokai.
All right. Am I within anybody's threat range?
Not at the moment.
Okay. In that case, I'd like to keep that the case as I have 2 hit points left. I'm going to not replicate what I just did last time. And I'm going to vanish and withdraw over by Mirok.
Okay.
Let's just chop these trees down.
Yep. All right. So Yokai disappears, and then Mirok, you can hear dum 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 as a rather large fellow comes up alongside you.
Okay.
At this point, the treant is going to try to swipe Dakuta out of the air.
Oh, fuck a
That
duck.
magic is a little more annoying than the ineffectual fork on his back.
Yeah.
So that is only going to hit a 22. I assume land.
That would hit me at a 21, but I'd like to take immediate action of, what's it called? Windy escape.
Okay.
So I do not get hit.
Okay.
I become incorporeal for that attack.
Okay. Okay, well, the attack is magic, so it has a 50% chance of hitting you.
Fuck a duck.
Does not.
Oh,
And the second swing is going to come down on.
oh hell!
And that's a natural 1.
Oh, good. You dropped your arm.
Uhtred, do you want to critical that natural 1?
Yeah.
Do it, Uhtred.
Yes.
Roll the big dice.
Okay. I'll give you this opportunity here. This is your last. Here's your last action die, right? You used the other 2 already.
I believe so. I mean, I've used a lot.
All right. So you could get a free attempt on an attack, or in this case, if Bort also wants to throw in an action die, you can give him your free attempt, and Bort can try to steal again.
That one.
For that one.
I'm gonna say, Bort, what are you thinking?
The Bort Steel one.
I'm trying to steal this fucking
Steal that
demon
bitch.
ember.
Steal that bitch.
You know, it comes down with its fist on you, and you take your axe and kind of pull its massive tree trunk arm, slam it into the ground, and that kind of extends its shoulder, opening up that knot on its back, giving Bort a clear shot at trying to yank it free. If you can manage his lamp.
I got it. It keeps falling off. This clip's all fucked up. Okay, can I roll?
It's that Steve Rogers picture, him breaking that.
Oh yeah, this is gonna do it.
That's exactly what it is. Check the
Bingo.
chat for the GIF.
That's totally gonna do it. What is that? 31.
That is 2 points higher than you needed.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Nice.
Yes.
Bam.
You know, your dagger's still dug in there, and you feel it loosen with that overextension. The knot opens up, and you pull with all your might, pop it out, and the whole tree racks in a sudden shock. Bort, give me a reflex save.
You get a +2 from Blessing of Fervor.
Yeah. Oh, I get a +2?
Yeah.
30.
30?
Yeah.
Okay. The sudden snap of the tree and jolting in shock flings you off of its back, but you land deftly about 10 feet behind it.
A
Holding-
superhero position.
With my
Holding
thumbs
it
in my
like,
new belt.
Maybe, I don't know, about pear-sized, blackish red glowing shard in your hand. And as it stands there, suddenly statue still, you see all of those glowing embers and its cracks and its bark start to fade and dissipate. And then it kind of wavers, almost like it's blowing in the wind, and crashes down to the ground.
Yes.
No. Heal it.
And
How do you heal a plant?
Heal it.
Just guys, just hold on.
okay.
No. No.
The other two trees that were moving and starting to attack lose their sort of humanoid shape. The two legs sort of fuse back together, and they return to their stationary tree form as they take root back in their locations.
I hug a tree. I hug a tree. Everybody hug a tree.
And so yeah, we can kind of hop at an initiative. What's everybody doing?
Is that tree dead?
Well, I
Okay.
mean, it's one, you can't see it because it's too far away from you.
All right, never mind.
you hear a tree fall down.
Timber.
All right, let's just stay in initiative order.
Dictated to him.
Dakuda, what are you doing?
How close am I? Where the hell am I?
You're about 15 feet above it.
Okay. What is it? Does it look alive? I want to either heal it. So wait. No, sorry. Give me a second here. The ember that was pulled off, Bort has it.
I'm holding it.
Yeah.
If I still have any, I meant this before. It's actually probably retroactive almost around. Did I get anything else from the aura vision and the detect magic before the last round? And also, what am I getting from what Bort's got right now? Because I either want to.
The
Go ahead.
Auracite says that the treant is good, and
Right,
Bort is evil.
right. The thing he's got though, okay. I'm gonna go and just cure light wounds on the treant,
Okay.
and just kind of eyeball the whole situation this round.
Give me a use magic device. I assume you're using the wand.
Yep. I rolled an 18 and I've got
Yeah, that'll do it.
pretty good.
All right. So give me a 1d8 plus 1.
I rolled a 1.
Okay. Do you heal it for a big whopping 2 points of damage?
It's the thought that counts, you know.
Yeah. But you do feel the healing go through.
Okay.
You're not just healing. You're not just casting the heal spell on a corpse. Largo.
I'm gonna remain invisible. And hold my action and remain in the same spot.
Okay.
However, the Lantern Archon is going to aid the treant. It's going to go up, place its hand on it, and get +1 morale bonus on attack rolls and saves against fear effects, whatever. But temporary hit points.
Okay.
It will gain 7 temporary hit points.
All right. Bort.
I've got a shard of demonic ember in one hand.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at it, I reach to my belt and pull up my water skin,
Mm-hmm.
and I put the ember inside the water skin.
Okay. It's like the size of a pear.
Yeah.
Your water skin has like a small opening.
Like a drinking. It's
Yeah.
not like a fatty Nalgene. It's like a little buddy.
Yeah.
Can I pour water on it?
Yeah.
I pour water on it.
Okay. Surprisingly, the water hisses and steams off of the shard, but it doesn't seem to do any damage to you. Like, given what the water is doing, you would expect that this would hurt, this would burn to be in your hand, but it doesn't.
I shout out, "Hey, who's got ice? Let's put this fucking thing on ice."
All right, Mirak.
I'm gonna go over to the tree, I guess, and use healing, or my signature skill of healing, which is going to be 2 HP per my level, so 16 points of healing automatically.
Okay.
And just like metagame wise, like we've done the thing that the elves want us to do here, so I'm a little confused why we're initiative order.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you guys all join around. Mirak does some healing. Godric lays on hands. You see like the wilted, burning leaves and branches start to turn green and healthy again. And the treant, while unconscious, it seems, looks like it is no longer any sort of health peril. And I guess we can pick up with that on the second. Because we are already well past our normal midnight ending time. But you did successfully.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Really, I couldn't have went much better. Honestly, Bort stealing the shard out was the only way I could see this. Right. Totally.
I was
that went.
That was the exact path that you guys went.
Yeah. No kidding.
We got into this bullshit with a pit and a blade, and we got out with a pit and a blade. All right.
I won't ever question you about that again, because I was calling bullshit earlier.
The pit didn't really do much good.
No, I thought that was great.
The pit got me on its back.
Pit was pit.
It was pitiful.
Yeah, the pit turned Bort's climb check into an acrobatics check.
Yeah.
Which his climb is terrible.
My acrobatics is awesome.
Right, and it was all about him getting that thing off of there.
I'm here to help.
How much hit points did the treant have left? I mean, because we were probably actually closer to killing it than we were to getting that thing off its back.
It had about 40 hit points left.
Yeah.
It was healing 20 every round.
Okay. Well, we still, we could have killed it in another round. So good. Nice
I was gonna
job.
do. I was gonna spend some jujubes and get a meta magic feat and make an ice fireball. So I'm glad I didn't do that.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, the only way I could see you guys, getting away with not killing it was Bort stealing it,
Yeah,
stealing the shard out of
perfect.
his back. Otherwise, yeah, you guys were gonna drop it.
High five.
It was a difference of getting away or becoming a hero for Solomon as well.
Thank God.
You did successfully. You
Call
did it.
us
You did it hard
even.
mode.
Bingo.
I feel
Yeah.
like I wanted to say this since even before the trial, but in Last Kingdom, how Uhtred always saves the damn fucking Wessex from like the worst thing ever that they didn't even know that they were up against, but he does it in a really shitty edgelord way, and they still hate him for it and try to like still put him to death. That's us.
Oh, Trevor, that's so perfect.
How's
'Cause every
everybody
time.
how's everybody like undead yokai?
I don't get it.
I think
I'm
human
really
nature-
interested in the physics or the magic part of it. Dakuda's going to be very interested in that. I don't like necro, but I'm very interested that you're animating positive energy.
I feel like I came in late to that, and I was just like, all right, let's roll with it.
I like
We-
that the more damage I take, I look just destroyed. So I got trampled and battered to fuck. So I'm like just all out of place.
Yeah. You're probably gonna need another sculpt corpse.
Yeah.
The gentle
alrighty,
repose
y'all.
is gonna last a couple of days, but
All righty, y'all.
I'm gonna get after it. I'll see you later.
all right. Thanks everybody.
This
Chowder.
was great.
Very
Good
cool.
job.